Let's see if that works. Bugasabi, can you hear me? It's probably good that I didn't have the microphone plugged in because I wasn't saying anything very useful or interesting. Just mumbling about Black Friday and how stupid it was. Anyways. So the problem is I had like a Thanksgiving type event in my house, and because of COVID, it was all Zoom, so I had to take my microphone downstairs to get that set up to work well, and I forgot to plug it back in. Oh, the bot is here! Alright. Anyways, America, I'm making a game. Let's demo. Man, I should just get another microphone just so I never have to disconnect this microphone. Yeah, I've stopped worrying about them. There's like a thing where I can report them and I can, block them, and clearly there's just, scripts that are creating random users, and then they will post some text which has got randomizing bits inside the message. And like, if the way to get them to go down in volume is to report them, that's just a highly inefficient way of doing it. So I think Twitch is going to have to do something else. And whether they do or not, that's fine. I say I don't want to report on them anymore because it's just an extra waste of my time. Alright, I'm going to speed run through a couple of levels. I really hate it when it does that, but that blue blank screen, but it only does it in the editor. I think it's shader related. Alright, so I'll just speed run through some levels to get to the more recent one. Okay, here's the one I had yesterday. So I'll just demo this level real quick, and then I'll move on to making a new level. So this one I had actually shelved for a long time, because when I originally made it, I had intended it to go much earlier in the sequence of levels. I looked at it and said, no, this is too much. It's too hard. So now I've got it out, I think, in position number 28 or so, which is 3 or 4 hours into the game. It's a long corridor, and it's just an extremely long level. You can fling from this side. It's misleading, like the amount of time it takes you to fling from one side to the other. It actually gives you no information about how far that distance is. So it's maybe a few hundred squares from one side to the other. On this side there's a letter bridge, all X's. And you're going to need 8 X's to close that. There's 1 X here. Whenever you have to spell something, like the first thing is, what do I need to spell? The second thing is, where do I spell it? Third thing is, how do I get blocks to the place where I'm going to spell it? So to figure out the second question, you want to look for a place where one of the necessary blocks has to be there. If I had taken my time and counted all the blocks in the level, I'd know that there's 8 available to me. So there can only be one place, perhaps, where they can all be put. This X block cannot get out of this area since all 8 are needed. It stands to reason, deductively, this is where the X blocks need to be spelled. So, okay. So I go about trying to get everything down there. Now I've got 2 down there. I need 6 more. I think maybe just knock them in the direction that they need to go, but then like this guy gets stuck. He couldn't have gone any place anyways because he's against this wall here. He couldn't go east. So you could only have pushed it north or south. Okay, so it's stuck here. You can destroy it. It goes to the block pad. You can continue the journey of that block, and with a little experimentation you'll figure out, you know, it needs to come maybe this way, and if I go down this way it's a dead end, and it'll end up making you have to go back up the top, so I'll just skip past that. Oops. And this guy needs to be at the middle spot. So put him there. Alright, now I got 4. So I hit this barrier in the middle. There's no way to keep going north from here. But I can get back the way I came, which is the long fling across the entire level. Okay, so I'll just try the first naive approach. Let's just fling everything south, see what happens. Okay, a bit of a hiccup there, but I've been on harder levels as a player at this point in the game, and kind of know about moving things to closer block pads in order to control their paths. So those 2 are down there. I'll keep pushing things south. Okay, so here again I can get through this wall just by using the block pads, destroy blocks. They come down. This is the midway point. I was on the other side of it earlier. Okay, so there's 3 more blocks down there, and there's 4 that are already on the place where I'm going to spell X, 8 X's. This seems to be the only block left. When I pushed it south, it got stuck here. That's not the way to go. Let's try this. Alright, so now I've got 4 blocks on that side. I just got to get back over there. I'll use the long fling. There's my 4 blocks already spelling the right thing. Here's the other 4 I need. I'll just send them down the same path that I sent those other blocks previously. Oops. Bridges up. I'm going to stop demoing bonus solutions for the most part. But there is a bonus solution. It has to do with these remaining blocks. It's kind of tricky. I'm proud of the bonus puzzle. Okay, let's make a new one. I've already got the idea in my head of the level I want to make. It came to me while I was drinking coffee. I was actually a little bit inspired by listening to a Jonathan Blow talk about puzzles, about elegant puzzles, where there's not a whole bunch of other things in the puzzle that obfuscate what you're supposed to do. I don't think it's a goal to always strive for. I think there is some room for obfuscation. Different types of levels where the puzzles are not necessarily elegant, but maybe more of exploration of behavior and playfulness. You know, you can create a playground level where not everything you do on it is necessarily about the puzzle, you know, things like that. But I do actually appreciate the elegant puzzle. Yeah, well, the bonus puzzle it is really good. It is really good. I mean, I think it is. It's hard too. I sound like an ass when I go, oh, it's really good, and it's my own work. But I'll be hard on myself too. There's another level I just made recently, which I think kind of sucks, and I'm gonna have to either fix it or just throw it in the dustbin and do something else. But anyways, I think the bonus puzzle on that level we just demoed was pretty good. Alright, so let's go on, take another level and do a save as on it, and I'll maybe be able to start on the next level a little quicker if I do it that way. Okay. So I wanted to play with the idea of leading the guards to specific positions and then killing yourself and pausing them in place. Okay, so I resave the level. Now I can just delete the stuff from the old level in it and use it all as a starting point. All right. There is something extra good about starting with a concept and trying to make the level that follows that concept. One of three things could happen. Your concept comes off exactly as planned, and it's just whatever you envisioned, that's what you get. That's pretty good. That's the best outcome, maybe. Second thing that happen is it's just not possible. You don't find a way to make the concept. That's the second thing that happened. That's the worst thing that happened. And the third thing that happened, which is maybe better than the first, is the machinations that you go through to try to create the concept result in you discovering some other kind of puzzle that you might not have came across if you hadn't tried so hard to follow the vision. So I do have a vision. What a horrible pretentious word, but I do have an idea, something I'd like to accomplish, and I don't have the specifics of it. It's when somebody says they have a vision, that's an indicator that their thoughts are half formed, because if you had something more than a vision, you'd have a plan. You would know how you were going to accomplish the thing. So it's not a compliment for someone. It's not a good thing if somebody says they have a vision necessarily. It's not something you should be impressed about. You should be more skeptical and let's say, well, we'll see what actually happens. Visions are a dime a dozen. All right, let's see. So I want there to be some kind of obstacle that requires you to position a beard so you can get across it. My first thought is we can have like an area that the player wants to get to, but they can only fling past it unless they get the beard into a certain spot. One problem I've got though is that you cannot use the beard as a catch point. That's on purpose. It's a general principle and it works well with combat and other things. Is that you're flinging, it will be blocked if a beard is in front of it. So it's already kind of going into the third category. Bogasebi, yeah, nice to see you drop in. Thanks for pointing me out at the lack of audio. I would have gone hours talking without anyone being able to hear me. So thank you. Let's see. So I'm thinking about blocks and pushing blocks and what should be allowed to happen with them. Because Emma's in pacifist mode, I don't allow her to hit guards with her fists, but what about flinging blocks at them? The problem is, story-wise, she's supposed to have, moral misgivings, moral qualms about killing anyone. So if the player takes it upon themselves to kill guards with blocks by pushing the blocks at the guards. Then that means the player's not going to be fitting the story. He's sort of like tricking the character in a way. It feels like she doesn't want to kill anybody, but the player found like a loophole, and it will make her stance seem silly and hypocritical. So I think I don't want to allow blocks to be pushed by the player at other creatures while M is in pacifist mode. I should remember to turn that on. Is pacifist. Okay. Okay, other things that you can get beards to do. You can get them to push blocks. Okay, that's another puzzle idea. I'll just write it down. That might be the puzzle idea I want to use for this. Now I'm just working on the problem. If I've got a beard, what's a useful thing to do as far as like pausing his position? I'm not sure if there are any with the constraints I've given myself. Okay, I think I got it. He could be in an area that you will eventually walk through. He needs to not block you by the time you get there. So initially, this is it. Initially, he's not in your way at all. But unless you move him to a certain spot, and then you kill yourself so that he stays in that spot, it's going to be tough or impossible for you to get through that area. I think I got it. Okay, so let's stick with this idea. All of the drama and manipulation and blockage happens in this area. I'll lay some pieces down. Got a little spiral here to catch them. So I need there to be some reason to come down this way. Let's put a stairway up over here. What am I looking at? I can bring this out a little bit this way. Oops. I definitely want the guy to be down here in your face when you get down to here. Alright, let's get to the stairs in. That's a good fit. Okay, so let's just say for now that's what we're doing. Okay. Okay, I think this is pretty good. I brought up the minimum height needed to be an obstacle. So I want you to be able to see what's going on here. Let's put the beard in there. Okay. So this extra loop might be a little too much because I don't know. Let me see if I can get him stuck in there without using a death. Let's just move all this stuff in a little bit closer. The thing you need to watch out for is the player can just kind of beat him down by flinging. I mean, winning a foot race against him by using flinging. Anyways, let's get some grass out here. So the player comes up this way. This guy probably goes down here. Player could go this way. Have a bit of a tough time, I think, getting them up here. Player could go north. So I think that this little curly Q ends up being a red herring. I don't think you can use it. Don't think you can use it. Unless I make it possible to use it, you know, by changing the level design here. But as it currently stands, I don't think you can use it. I don't think you need it. And if I want to draw attention to the correct solution, I'm probably better off close this off. I'm gonna have to redo this game object anyhow. But on the other hand, maybe I don't need to, because it's just some extra surfaces. They're not around places where I'd get lighting seams necessarily. Anyways, we'll see how it goes. So that, and then I think I'll need to put some walls up around the outside. All right, let's try it out. All right. So I would need at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps of slowdown to keep the player from beating this guy to the top of the stairs. So let me time that once more under ideal situation. Let's see. So for here, let's see. Just thinking that one way I can add that extra time on is right here. If I make this catch point back further, then you've got 1, 2, 3. Oops. I can do it on all the corners though. Okay, I'll be right back. So I think this is going to work. So let me try the easiest change to this that keeps it fairly simple. Part of the problem is that when you add things to the level that are there to enforce a certain solution, they can end up drawing attention to those little bits as something that's necessary for the actual solution when they're actually not. So they are distractions or red herrings if I'm not a little bit careful with them. So going this way, I've basically added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. So if the player flings this direction, they have to sort of recover from their fling to get back on track by walking back out here. I'll do a similar thing over on this side. You got super dark. Okay, looking at it just from the standpoint of optimizing a path. Fling first, walk back, fling second, walk back, walk on the third one. If I was just trying to beat this guy back. So just win a foot race with him, that's what I'd do. Okay, so then let's pre-process. Did that work? I guess it did. Okay, let him get to the end. Fling, walk back. Fling, walk back. And that is precisely placed. You won't win against him, but having it be so precisely placed is a red herring in and of itself. So the player can be thinking at this point, I'm so close. I'm just one turn away from making it to that door. So they think maybe I just need to optimize my steps. And they'll fuck with this for a long time, perhaps. I know I've done this before. And then you just kind of wonder after a bit, after like 50 tries, maybe I'm not supposed to do it this way. Maybe I'm missing something. But there's another way to handle this, which is you make it clear that won't work. This approach of racing to get to the other side will not work. And you do it by making it not even close. Well, by the time they get there, this guy should just be staying there waiting. And I can do that. I'm pulling this out. Further, yeah. I think even just like 4 squares or something like that would do it. So let me just grab the back end of this. Let's go 4 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. It's hard to make levels easy. And this is still going to be kind of difficult, but I want to make it easier than it would be if I let the player guess that, you know, maybe they can outrace the guy. Okay, let's try this one. I don't think... Yeah, the stupid preprocessor didn't work. Hold on. No, I think it works now. What? Oh, shit. I know why it didn't work. Because while you're walking down, he's still in that corner. So all the extra time you spend walking back down, he's still in that corner. Okay, got it. So this isn't the place to optimize around. In fact, we'll just seal it off. The gap needs to come over here. Oh, I see. If the player was being clever, they could also, instead of walking down this way, they could flank from here. So I need to have this whole area that whole path be open, and then this needs to come out quite a bit more. Dang it. Stupid height map. It kind of... What is the thing where it works sometimes and other times it doesn't? I don't get it. Try this again. So here again, it still looks like maybe he's just a little bit fast for you. So I want it to be pretty obvious. Like, I'd like him to be at this grass thing by the time you walk up to it. And you're like, I wasn't even close. That's what you should be thinking when you get there. Alright, so let's just pull this in. 1, 2. It doesn't seem like enough. Let's make it further. One, two. 1, 2. Pre-process, save, pre-process again, I guess. It might be something like I have to load the scene back in before you can pre-process right. Yeah, I didn't do it right, so. Yeah, that's good. I've made that come out so far. I want to be sure that just walking also gives the same result. Yeah, he's definitely ahead of me. You can just see him. Okay. So now, for the second part of it, I mean the actual solution, I'm thinking of a couple different options here. I can have oh boy, wow. So I can place the spikes that would allow you to get killed. Down in the pits down there. I could also place them like kind of in a more obvious spot. I think down in the pits they're not as obvious that you want to use them for that purpose. Okay, the other thing I need is some way to be reborn with without being behind the grass. Because as soon as you touch the grass, he's active again. So I'm thinking, let's put an egg down here. It's also going to be another clue to the player that death is involved in this. So it's now kind of gotten to the point where it's a little bit obvious. So I might make more decisions that are based on being less obvious. Okay, I think I'll have to redo some of these. This one looks totally messed up. Or for now, I could just grab this edge, perhaps, and just move it up. Yeah, that works too. Let's see, do I need that on the other side? Maybe. Alright, let's get an egg down there. Yeah, also a good thing about putting an egg down here, it's going to make this extra little alcove down here seem less irritating, I guess, to the player when they fling there and they go way down, they gotta walk all the way back up. It's possible for that to kind of come across like, oh, you're just sort of fucking with me. But if there's actually some reason to come down here, you know, something else down here, then you're less likely to have that reaction. What did I lose here? Nothing. That's fine. Okay. So if I just put some spikes down here, I think that's some more. That's the harder way to create the puzzle, as opposed to putting them up top, because then the player's going to be wondering, why are they here? Why are these spikes here? Whereas if I throw them down in a pit like this, they might not consider them to have like some integral to the puzzle purpose. They'll look more like some kind of obstacle to you rather than a way forward. If I put the spikes just up on top someplace, then that's a much larger clue. And since I've got the egg that's kind of screaming death is a factor, you might want to touch this egg. I'm aiming to make the rest of the puzzle less obvious now. Okay, for symmetry, let's make this side come out. Oh, it already was out too. Never mind. It looked like 1, but it's 2. Okay, and this side's 2. Cool. Alright, then let's get spikes down there. north. Okay, cool. There we go. Okay, that's all the spikes. Let me see if this is solvable. I think it will be. That's how you get past them. Okay, obviously the lighting's not great. And I'm thinking about this a little bit more. I was considering taking the L out. I think if I find that this level really screws people up, like it's hard for them to figure it out, things to do would be get rid of this L thing, just make it so linear and straightforward that there's just very few things to consider. People won't be like, can we get him caught up here somehow, slow him down? No, it won't work. He's just on a straight line. The other thing is I could bring the spikes up top and make them much more obvious if I want. Okay. So that should be enough to get to the exit puzzle. Get to the exit. Yeah, I want to admit this looks a little bit ugly. Let's do rails. Rails, and I'll tighten up this floor underneath after a bit. I gotta see where I had everything again. Okay. So it was just one from here to his. Okay, got it. No, not duplicate. Delete. There we go. Okay, rail west east. Where you at? Rail southwest east. There it is. Here, having a wall seems nice, so I'll keep a wall, I think, up to this point. Let's do that. I might want that to be floor. Wall. Okay. Whoa. Oh, because that's right. This dude's in my way, basically. And my cloning routine stops if there's anything that looks like it might be an obstacle. It's just got to be empty all the way over. Okay. It's just that. Also, I figured out how to get the shadows to join up at the bottom with the things they're supposed to be attached to. I say that, but here's this dude who seems way off. Let me see. Is he as off as he looks? No, he's good. He's good. There's a thing in the lighting. It's called bias, offset bias or something like that. And that is what you want to mess with. And I'm not sure exactly why the default doesn't just give you the desired behavior, but maybe like one person's desired behavior is somebody else's glitch. Now, if there's a way to make this effect stop from happening where the shadow just kind of peters off, I did look into that earlier, and there wasn't any good answer. But that'll happen in the game too. Okay. Yeah. So I think there's a blue light someplace where the bias isn't matched up. And I'm not really worried about that light, but just let's see what this red looks like. Anyways. All right. So then I want to make this interior part match the rails. Which way? That is north. I don't get it. Probably it's something to do with the height map. It's making it not work. Let's check out the height diagnostics. Yeah, it's got the old height map. Even that's so irritating. Why? Run. Out. I feel like if I was ever going to scale up the level design to have multiple people working on it, I just have to make a level editor at the beginning. Because there's too many little quirks here. Too many quirks. I realized how many of these quirks were in my head and all my little workarounds. It just made me think I do not want to try to bring anybody else into this to do level design. Easier to bring other people in to do other things, but not the level design, which I love anyways too. Maybe it's part of my bias against having anyone else do it. It's just I want to do it. But I could see a point in the future where I would want to have other people besides me working on levels, and then I think ideally there'd be a level editor that might be used to make a pretty good starting level, and then you have a second pass to pretty it up with lighting and 3D effects and extra models and aesthetics but yeah, I don't know. Okay, so let's get to a second story. And I also feel like I don't. No, I do want to keep this little alcove here. But I don't have to make it so pronounced. I just need to make it large enough that you might as well walk. So if you fling here, you still have to walk 1, 2. If you walk, okay, from here you can either go 1, 2. From here you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, or you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's good. It's also symmetrical. So I'll say this is the point. Yeah, like that. And to make it a little less claustrophobic, let's pull this in. Okay, I'll get my stairs going up. Now I'm thinking, do I want the player to be able to see things outside of the starting area? Like, do I want them to be able to see that, there's stuff up above them they can get to? Is that going to be too distracting for them in solving the initial thing, which needs to be kind of constrained because of the technique for them to understand they might be completely unfamiliar with? Visually it'd be more interesting to show this upper level, upper story from the lower story. I think I'm going to show a little glimpse of it, but I'm going to take care to make it clear that you can't get there or do anything with it or interact with it until you've gotten up these stairs. Okay, that's where I wanted it to be. So then for the rest of it, I'm just going to make a nice floor on top. Thing about this. So I want to give good visibility to this guy. If you are over here, you can see him pretty good coming along behind you. You get here, and it'll duck down a little bit more. It'll be harder to see him. The question is, do I want to pull this thing out all the way over here? I think the answer is no. I want to leave this open, and you've got just a little bit of a bridge over the top of this hallway thing. Also, this seems to be too low. Let's bring it up. Again. Okay. Is there like a select the edge loop? Yeah, select the loop. There we go. There we go. This out that way. So up top we want the exit. I think I'll put the exit over here. I don't know why I did that. Okay, and you pop up here. That stairway might be a little bit constraining. Let me. Definitely need some light here. cannot see shit, so let's get some light there. So there's two kinds of lighting I do. The lighting just so I can work and playtest, and the lighting I do afterwards to make a nice effect. So I'll leave this part of it open so it doesn't seem like the camera's getting real close to you around this. So I think this is going to be one of the levels where the puzzle, I spend more time thinking about it, and it's more complex. It's going to be the bonus puzzle. Sometimes I think most times I put more thought on the exit puzzle, and then just try to add something a little bit hard to it for the bonus puzzle, but this time it will be the opposite. Do a little alcove here for the starting area. Again, just some basic lighting is all I need, just to make sure everything kind of works. So you can see where you're going. Throw something down here, I guess. Get another one over here. I think I better keep the shadows on it just so it doesn't bleed down here. Okay, so I got a fair amount of space over here to put some other kind of puzzle. Um, okay, I'm picturing at the end of this we'll have a bonus. Okay, how about this? How about this? It's going to be 3 dudes down little pits. Tiny little pits. And for each one of them, you got to get them in a decent spot where they're not in your way, and allow you to knock a block out of this little pit against the wall over here. So you can spell something with it that allows you to cross a letter bridge at the end and get the bonus. So how to work? Okay, I got it. Here's one. You actually need the dude to be stuck here in order for you to push a block from over here so it gets caught right in front of this exit point. So for that, let's just delete all this. do one small block pad goes here. Okay, so that one, I think, is, I think this is going to work. Okay, then I wanted to have 3 more of these. Or 2 more of these. There's room to put one over here. Room to put one here. There's plenty of room. It's a question of how it should be laid out, what the puzzle should be. I think it might be good to have 2 of them be a different type of puzzle where you just get the guy to knock the block out for you. And the third one, you're like, I need to get him to knock the block out for me. But that's not the problem at all. You need to get him in the right spot, kill yourself, and then use him to get the block out. I could do something better, maybe. Let's just say for this guy, all you gotta do is just move him off to a dead end and kill yourself and go get the block out. You just gotta get him out of the way. So 2 of them will be about getting the guy out of the way, and the third one will be about positioning him to help you be part of the solution. Okay. I think to avoid lighting seams, I'm going to put some walls inside of here. So I'm looking for some slight variation that's different but in the same concept. So the first one could be the simplest of all. It could be just back them off a little bit and it gives you enough room to jump in there and knock the block where you want to go. I'm realizing this one is a little bit trickier how it is, because if he's over here and you kill yourself, you can't use him to knock the block in. That kind of gives away the third solution. So if all I do is just move this in by one, I haven't given away the solution to the third puzzle. Because that means you knock him over here. Not knock him over here, but you move him here. You kill yourself. He'll be paused there. You won't necessarily think of him as... Oh, jeez. I say all those pretty words and I'm wrong about this solution. I'm going to have to redo the modeling around here. Let's see if I can fix this. There has to be a space here where you could push the block, basically. Okay. I think I'll make it so that you can down in there and walk around without having to. Cool. Okay. Without having to. Actually, you might get stuck if you just hop down and he was in a bad spot. Okay. So then this should come out. Maybe I'll make an effort to start tightening this up. So there's one there, then let's do an easy one over here. These corners are kind of useful. Okay, I got it. This last one, it'll be as simple as you need access to an area without him getting in your way. And he won't be in that area at all. Like in this one, he is kind of in the area. This one, he's definitely in the area. But the first one, I say the last one, last chronologically in terms of when I made it. First, in terms of when the player encounters it. That one will not have him in the same interaction space as the block. There might be an alternate solution to this where you actually use the dude to push the block. Yeah, I should prevent that from happening. We'll put a grass space there so he can't walk over it. It's definitely something I can do. So I'll have to close off this area in some way so that it's clear you can't just walk into it. Okay. I'll just put rails around it, I think. Down in this end, I want another egg that you can get to. Nice. I was hoping it was 5. It is 5. Oh, it's a little bit more than 5. Well, maybe if I enclose it, it'll be the right amount. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We throw an egg in. Feels like that goes there. This goes. Okay. So since the player might end up dying a whole bunch, I'm going to make this as efficient as possible. There might be a lot of experimentation here, so I don't want to be irritating to them about this. I'm thinking about aesthetically, how do I want the rest of this level to look? I think I want a long hallway on this side, which is kind of like for access. And then you can get into these individual chambers. And the chambers can be a helpful thing in that they'll say, this is everything you need to consider at one time. You don't have to think about the other puzzles. Just look at one at a time. Consider each on their own. Should be a wall there. I feel like some of these I'm going to want to redo. Just the mesh, the puzzle itself seems fine. But before I do that, why don't I just fill everything and make sure it works? And then I can optimize the model a little bit more after. Eh. Okay, hold on. You know what? These are slowing me down how they are when I made them this way, so I'm going to have to redo them before rather than after. Let's make that go away. Then let's change all of these to be my zone material. So do that so I can just create some replacement objects inside that are cleaner. I was thinking maybe I want to make my own CSG. The reason why I think I might want to make my own instead of purchasing another one is I could make one that is well suited to the constraints of my level design. So all these orthogonal objects, they're just on the unit marks, they all snap on the unit. Those are things that I want to optimize, but they are dang it. Is there a way to make it so that they just don't take any clicks? No, I don't think so. Let's get in here. There we go. So yeah, it should be much easier to combine meshes for floors and walls, which are the main things that I need them for, than all the other types of use cases that mesh combiners, CSG combiners fiddle with. At the least, I could do hidden surface removal. I could do it for the cases that are obvious. I don't have to solve every use case. I just have to kind of find the ones where it's definitely true you should remove a surface here. And I've got other things in my game that help figure that out. So for example, the camera view, except in thumbnails, never ever looks up at the underside of something. Never. So I could remove a whole bunch of stuff like that. Other one is if you've got two surfaces with normals facing each other and all the vertices between them are shared. You just know it's like a wall against a wall, and you can remove both of those wall surfaces. So there's stuff like that I could do that wouldn't be that hard. Writing a proper CSG tool, I think that is kind of hard. Okay. So let's see what else I got to do here. So that's your proper CSG tool. I mean, just one that covers all the use cases that everyone might be interested in. I think that's hard. Hard for me, anyways. Seems to be hard for other people too, because there's some products out there people kind of complain that they don't work for this or that, and I've seen a lot of issues with implementations. Like ProBuilder's got one in their beta. It just seems to always mangle whatever you try to do, and they are friggin' smart. So if it's hard for them, the ProBuilder team, to come up with a good CSG algorithm, I'm sure it's non-trivial. Okay. That seems pretty good for that room. Now let's do the other room. Why did I do this? Why didn't I just make it square here? Dang me. Okay, let me fix that. I'll fix it after I get done with that one. That's what I'll do. That'll be faster. Then can I do this? Can I just grab this and move it? Boom. Yeah. Done. Cool. Okay, so then what's this? Yeah, this is my nifty little divider wall. I can repeat it. Nope, not you. think I'm okay with letting the player see the bonus over here. Oh, come on. I think I'll do the pedestal style. Put a pillar underneath of it. One by two. There we go. And I've decided that the word will be C. I split up the two E's to make it really clear that you wouldn't be able to move like the block from here over to here and like that. Okay, levels, blocks, get the block in there. Come on. The stupid thing with Unity where you gotta ask twice. Do the same UE action 2 times and you'll get the result. I will make this block visible from this side. I'll put some rails up on that side. I'll have to make it so you can't just fling past them too. Okay. A lot of work left to do on this. I'll leave windows on this side. That might be kind of nice. I might be overusing windows, but I just think they look good. I think they're fun to look at. Okay, let me get the hallway set up. That'll affect a number of things. Okay, so we'll do a floor coming off this way. See anything. Let's get some lights. I guess that one can stay. There we go. Come on. Might get a lighting scene there. I'll see. Letter bridge. I don't know. I think I'm not going to use the windows. Maybe one window right here, but not on all of them. What's that about? Yeah, okay, that's better. Alright, I'm going to use my trick here again. Just pull it in this way. Not sure, did I go too far? No, it seems fine. Okay. Alright, so then over here, pull this guy in. And you are facing the wrong way. There we go. I will have a wall there. Trying to make decisions that'll help me avoid seams later. It's always a balance between making cumbersome monolithic game objects versus let's see, versus having lots of small disconnected game objects that are not performant and they cause lighting seams. So I'm trying to come up with like a middle road approach to modeling that is still pretty fast but avoids most of the time having lighting seams. Dang it. It's kind of like cutting hair. And you keep cutting a little too much off one side. This is like, it's making an Escher illusion for me. What am I looking at? Yeah. What the fuck? That's properly weird. I'm guessing the top of one of these is not snapped. Yeah. Is that kind of bullshit? Alright. How did that arise? So over here it looks good. Over here. Where is the starting point of the wrongness? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay. That's fine. It really is like an optical illusion. Okay, this one looks off. Okay. How the fuck did this happen? And which one do I fix? This is the one that seems like it needs fixing. I'll just redo it, I guess. I don't like that it exists in the first place. Weird. Okay. Redo. You're garbage to me. So I'm thinking maybe if I'm going to use the wall for all the other stuff along here, maybe I want to do same for this part. So let's just yank these out. Just to avoid lighting seams. What am I looking at? So all this is floor? That's confusing. Okay. Okay, that's good. So the orange outline is not showing any geometry in this area. Oh, except for this. I'll fix that too. Cool. So now I can take the wall and just spread it down this way. And my geometry is cleaner now. Less wall seam stuff. Okay, please, after all that, please match up correctly. Okay, what's the thing here? Oh, yeah. No, just the top part. I don't have it divided correctly there. Okay, growth selection down. Okay, you come out this way. Same kind of thing here. Although, is it this nonsense again? No, it's just it just needs to come up a little bit higher. Okay, no problem. Okay, we'll do this. And the other side, I'll just drop a wall in. Okay, so you come out here. I want to make it real easy to get to whatever room matters to you. So let's throw some pillars out there. Do I do the big tall ones? I don't use those very much. Let me use some of these. Feels like maybe I moved the offset. So let's do another one, just to make sure I got it right. There we go. So one here. Just do another one down here. Okay. I will want lights in all these rooms. Oh, with the shadows, huh? Let's turn those off. Yeah, this stuff's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, I do not understand the lighting algorithm in this whole thing. Okay. Okay, let's get the puzzles playable, solvable. So if you throw E out this way, E this other way, S will be over here. So S will be here, E will be here, E will be there. I think the nice way to do it is don't make this next puzzle hard. So they did all this work in figuring out how to get the blocks out. I don't want the next part to be that hard. Alright, so let's do something like oh, the other thing is I don't want to add distraction to the very first puzzle. So I don't want to add a whole bunch of stuff down here. I'm thinking, what if I make it so that the route that this travels, it'll have a bumper up on the ceiling that will allow for the block to come down in a better spot. Okay, so that's good for that block. Yeah. Let's make another one for this block. Okay, so you'll have an S and an E over here. You could knock the S east. Or, let's see, which one's S? S is the middle one, okay. You can go here, come down. You can knock it this way, knock it into the corner. The E here, you can knock it that way. You don't need this one, actually. So, S will be here, E will be here. I can do a thing like this to make it seem like these are just decorative, just make it symmetrical. Yeah. Even I can do this. There you go. Get them matched up right. I think so. Yeah. Alright. Although I do gotta be careful because the lower end of this is right where this is supposed to hit. So, okay. So move this back down there. Take the other end of it. Pull that down. Just to make it look a little more decorative. There we go. Throw a wall over the top of these. Okay. So I think each one of these, I will put some way to kill yourself in it. Each one of them will have grass to enter in. So be very tightly contrived. I could just say, let's do grass to move past the egg down the hall. And it's going to feel better visually if I put a little wall over on this side, I think. come on. Okay. So now just got the grass there. As for killing yourself, I think let's put the spikes just in the corner right here. Okay. I'm gonna copy that. Okay, this one you would seek to bring the dude over to here. Put the spikes there, it might make it a little bit harder. Because you'd probably be over here to get him there. And you can't kill yourself immediately, but you can come down here. Or that way. You can go like that. And then like if you just fling happy, you won't get over there. You have to be a little more purposeful. Okay, last one. You will need to have the guy right here, which means you will be positioned here to have him in the right spot. Put it down here in the pit if I wanted to be a little tricky. No, that wouldn't work because you gotta get behind that E. So I think over here. Alright, so I think this is probably playable. Here, let me add a few more constraints here to make it so it doesn't have an unintended solution. I think it's solvable now, but I want it to also be something I can beat on a little bit and try to break. So let's add these rails in. If you don't have the rails here, then you can fling past him. So if he's here, you're here, fling this way, he takes one step in this direction. You walk here, he's here. You walk here, okay. Yeah, that works. I could probably even get rid of one more. Let me see, if I get rid of one more, does it still work? So then he would be here, he'd fling there, he'd walk one square here, you'd walk here, you'd go there, you walk, yeah, I can get rid of one more. Okay, on this side, I just want you to be able to see what's over here so you can form your plan. That's why I'm leaving this side open. Do rail west. All right. I think I was going to put a wall along there. I'll go ahead and do that. guess I need steps coming up here. I won't be able to get up there. Let's do 2 by 2. Okay. And to minimize distractions, let's wall off this side. The bottom floor needs no distractions. Okay. Let me wall off this too. I kind of like leaving that open. I'll put rails around that side to make it look nice. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I need to test the level's playability instead of fiddling with aesthetics. Because if it's not playable or there's some fundamental problem with the puzzles, and I end up having to restructure it and I'll throw out my aesthetic work. So let's be somewhat efficient. Oh, that's creepy. Okay, that's better. I fixed the camera position. Okay. Yeah, let's try it out. There's some light I need to put here and say it's important. So I found out about these lights where they flash on and off. It's Unity trying to decide whether or not they want to show a light based on where you are at in the level. I do like them inside those rails. It's interesting to have these guys up top too. They're just hanging out looking at you. Nobody here. Okay, there's a gap there. Let's fix the problems. This will probably clear up that little bug just by running the pre-proc one more time after the level comes back or the editor comes back. Wait, what happened? What did I do? What did I do? I don't remember making that change. Did I make that change? Well, clearly, that's not what I want. Wait a minute, here it's right here. Am I just like walking past it? Is that what's up? Okay, well, I must need more light. Could you let me select the light, please? I just want the light. Could you let... Oh, wait a minute, I can do this. That's my problem. It seemed like this was just all flat walled over here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just kind of dark and I couldn't see it. Anyways, we'll try it again. Let me do something in here that fixes the friggin' light. It's stupid. Let's go with 20. Let's say that it's important. I'll try 20 first. Red's kind of flashing on and off. I'll have to look at that later. Writing comments on things to fix. Yeah, this is the passage. Maybe I just flew right by it. I thought it was going to be over here, and it's actually over here. Oh, God. Lighting flips are so bad. Also, it's preventing me from going upstairs. DZ, Mr. Zombus, what's going on? Okay, so these guys, they just went too far. Just take them out. Just get rid of them. Alright, let's see if I can get up the stairs now. Well, it's a holiday for me in the U.S. So I'm starting early. It feels like a Saturday, even though it's a Friday, but I get an extra couple days. Thanksgiving holiday. Alright, so he's just hanging out there. I guess it is asking the player to deduce a little bit that he's going into this invisible area and he's just waiting for you, and you have to reckon and know that it's the same guy. Oh, really? Are you serious? Because you speak such good English, and like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, sorry. It's usually not Germans, because Germans tend to speak like really excellent English, but many kind of English as a second language people have like weird gaps in their language, and you'll run across them sometimes. Okay, so bring him here. Die. Go to the egg. Then this way will be free for you to go up. He'll come running now, but it's too late. He was frozen. It does kind of suck that he's following me up the stairs, though. So, to protect against that, I could put grass at the top of the stairs. I can also just kill him off, running him into the exit. So now he's probably down. Let me see if he actually went to where I thought he went. Those guys waiting around. Did he go down here? I don't see him here. He had to have gone somewhere. Oh, he might have gone to... Oh, he went over here because that's closer than the other ones. Okay, that makes sense. That's logical. I don't want him to be there, though. Maybe that's not too bad. He's hassling you, but you can just go past this grass and suddenly you're safe from him. Okay, let me see. First puzzle. Okay. This guy out here. Let's see. Oh, but as soon as I walk over the grass, it's going to be him following me again. Okay, I do have to rework this. He's in a good position, but when I die, puts me on the other side of the grass. So if he's paused now, they're both paused. As soon as I step on the grass, he's going to start walking again, and then his favorable position's gone. I think about what's the best way to solve this. I could put eggs in each of the rooms. So if I put eggs in each of the rooms will have to get a lot larger. And that's probably the best way to solve it, though. Yeah. Okay. Could do something where I put the eggs on top of the room. And you can go up and you can select the egg where you're gonna get born at on like a third story. Then you come back down. Oh, I kind of like that. It'd be hard, but interesting. So the egg can drop you in to the room. Okay. This one could be kind of an either or egg. It could drop you one direction or the other. Nah, don't like that. Let's have it be on the edge. Up one. I got it. One egg on top. One egg on top. It's got 4 routes coming out of it. Depending which route you get, you'll be able to go out back this way or down into the individual chambers. Okay, this is going to be a properly difficult puzzle. Okay, we'll see. This way goes to this chamber here. This way goes. Down there. What is it? Yeah, it's weird. Okay. And this one, let's just drop them down in the corner on that side. Last way. Just thinking where I want to drop out at. Don't really need to let them go north. It might be kind of irritating to have that as an option. I'll just take that out. I do need to have some way for them to come up and touch the egg to make it active. Because until you do that, you'll just be going back down here. Got some room over here. But I think I want to have a touch on this side though. So let's make like a little bridge across the way. Alright, I'm feeling the need for some coffee. I think I'm going to go downstairs, grab myself a nice day-old slice of pizza and a cup of coffee. Those always go great together. One might think I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. I'm definitely not. Love that. It's a good combination. Coffee and cold pizza always tastes awesome. So I think that's what I might do. Is this... one? Man, I missed it by one. Okay. Stairs, 3. Alright, so I'll take a little break. It's going to take me maybe 5-10 minutes. I'll be back up. Yeah, it's kind of a hacker cliche or something. Alright, back in a bit. All right, back to it. Back to it. Got my coffee. I have too many cups around. I gotta move these out. Alright, starting to get excited about this new twist on the level. So my play testers have figured out every bonus puzzle on the first try, and I'm kind of looking forward to maybe slowing them down a bit. This one might be the one that does it. Let's fill this in. Man, what would life be like without coffee? Not good. I could do it. I'm not going to make that statement like, it wouldn't be worth living. No, it would be fine. I would do it without coffee, but man, it's not nearly as good. It would be like trying to find any other substance that could do what coffee does for me in some way. Or caffeine, I should say. They took out caffeine. I might walk around with other... It's a weird hypothetical, but like if somehow caffeine was just untouchable, I think I would try to find some kind of mellow stimulant like coffee real quick. Like guarana, or I guess there's some mushrooms I haven't tried that legal non-psychedelic mushrooms that have a similar effect. I should actually probably try some of those. But man, caffeine and a taste of coffee too. Because coffee tastes good. It's not like alcohol. I can honestly say that alcohol is kind of gross tasting, and you just do things to sort of pretty up the taste so it's not so bad, and you go for the effect of alcohol. But coffee, good shit. Love my coffee. Oh yeah. Definitely. The smell too. I'm like secretly like a shill for Starbucks, or just trying to get you down to Starbucks. Ah. This guy goes this way. Okay, I need to make sure this works before I try to make it look good. Let's just put this all down to a lower height so it's easier to see what's going on. Okay. So these would end up dropping you down into the rooms. You'll have a little bit of a hard time knowing which room you'll go into next. When you come through here, you'll initially set them off. Letting this guy chase you up the stairs, I think that's okay. Let's see if this is solvable. Might be a little better to have grass entry in front of each of them. Now let's try it this way first. Okay. Weird flip on off lighting. I like these guys just hanging out up top. guy coming up behind. No, he's back down below. Okay, I drew him out this way. Okay. Come up here, touch this guy. So I have to leave this way. Oh, my buddy's still there. Oh, he just went right to the spot. He was already there. I didn't have to place him there. Oh yeah, this guy, he's not in the right place though. I'm off by one. The S came here. It needs to come over a little bit. Okay. Ah! Yeah, someone's calling for me. I'll be right back. Right back. Symmetry. Okay, so that. Okay, up here. I didn't like how the middle one, he just naturally went there. It's pretty easy to get past him. This one was good. That one you have to be pretty deliberate about. So the thing that made him walk over there was you as the player coming all the way out here. Might not be that bad. I know, I get it. So if let's move this down one. He's more likely going to end up here. I mean down here, and that will not allow you to advance past. So let's get him here, move him up in this direction. And that means I need to put spikes right here so you can kill yourself from this corner. Or I can stick them here too. That's a little nicer. Okay, cool. All right, so that I think I can start casing up the top here. That should do it for that. Dang it. Okay. All right, we'll pull this guy out. Let's wall this rest of this off. I think I just figured something out. I had thought of the range of lights as the distance they can cover, but maybe it's more like the range where they're turned on or off. Let me just look at this. Unity light range. What does it actually mean? Because it's been a lot of confusion for me. Like, what does it actually mean? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, no, they're saying the thing that I thought it was initially, and my alternate definition doesn't seem to apply. All right. I guess I learned a few things, but nothing too remarkable. Pull this out. like I missed something here. So just pull these up. That's probably what I'll do. Bam. Look at that. Let's go. Bring it out a little more. And I wasn't trying to switch to this texture, but I kind of like it. Wait a minute. Okay. So let's pull this one that way. Hopefully no lighting seam. We'll see. Alright, need an edge loop. Is this, yeah. Oh shit. That's gonna Z-fight. Yeah. Well, let's kill two birds with one stone. No, not you. Oh, okay, never mind. Less complicated than I thought. Okay, then you get pulled out here. Then I should have some hidden walls to put back in. There we go. Terrible lighting. Oh, I will fix it. Okay. I try not to fix anything until, yeah, there's like the right sequence to do it all in. There's get the puzzle working, then casing, which is just like adding all the extra surfaces that are needed to make things look nice and keep the player from going in areas that you don't want them to go in. And then after all that's done, then it's time for lighting and cosmetics. And yeah. Well, I'll put rails here just so it looks nice. Okay, I guess I want west, not east. There we go. And let's be faced right. Okay, so this is north. So it'll be south down east. Alright, so I've got another strategy for my exterior, and I think I will make the first exterior wall be it'll be high enough that nothing can go over the top of it. Let's grow that. Like the player cannot get over the top of it. You figure out exactly how far that is. So up 2 more and that'll do it. Okay. These pillars, I'm changing them to be cosmetic instead of functional catch points, because dang it, got the offset instead of the main object, because the way that you come back to those chambers now is through the egg up top. So these will end up being more decorative. Okay, how far apart do I want them to be? I like one that's right up against this walkway here. That one is spaced by 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just move this up a little more. And that's nice equidistant placement. So then I can make another area off over here that sort of rises up and it's visible to you, but you can't get to it. So you'll be able to see that from this side. Here too. From over here you'll be low enough that you can't see anything on the exterior. Probably the same for here, but I'll have to check it. Seems like you'd hit it about like that. I don't know, it might be right on the edge. Yeah, it wouldn't be horrible to put a roof on that either. Okay, let's get a few lights up here. I'm going to redo the lights entirely, but in fact, yeah, never mind. I will redo the lights entirely. It feels pretty cased up. Let me look through the whole level, make sure it plays, and also look for areas where the background shows through. Okay, nothing on the west wall. Nothing there. Let me see how these do. They do great. Oh, that's perfect. You can see the curve there, but they're not making any weird geometry. No camera inside of the reverse normals. Okay, you get a little glimpse of that as you duck underneath. He's waiting for me. Okay, so the east side I can see it. And south side. Okay, so I could bring it up like a couple more squares if I wanted. Okay. That has become less and less valuable. I'm thinking about maybe just removing it. This little peekaboo into the room to the west. You can't really tell much about it from that. Yeah, they're actually necessary. They're really, really necessary for this game. Because you've got the wall coming up close to you all the time. So if you don't have a blur on the stuff that's right next to you, your eye is just going to go to them every single time. Like, you really want that depth of field blur for walls that are close to you. Yeah, it was one of my better decisions. Yeah. Now you go up there. Now you can get past this guy because he's inactive after you die. As soon as I go down here, that's back. They're activated again. Okay, this was the effect I wanted by adding that one square. He's not actually placed in a good spot to get the S out. So I have to come back to the grass and activate him. Should be some better cues that the activation's happening. Okay, then he's messing around over here. Okay, kill myself. He's set up well. This other room, not so much, but yeah. So kill myself again. Okay, now I can go bam. Okay. You can't follow me. Last room. It's pretty similar to the one previous to it, I have to admit. Let's make sure I can spell the word. It gives me the bonus. Oh. Maybe that was the wrong direction to go. Let me think if it's even possible with how it's set up now. So S was, I think, here or here. So I could have knocked this down, had it go this direction. It'd work except that this guy's out here. So if they knock all the blocks out, I could force them to redo it a little bit to get the S up here. But if they figured out all that other stuff and then there's just like one cheap little problem at the end that makes them have to redo the harder puzzles, that's not going to give them that happy feeling about solving it. Because it's not a hard puzzle once they've got all the blocks out here to figure out, okay, the order would have to be S goes up here first, E there, and then the other E. You know, it's not a bad puzzle actually. Okay, let's do S first. Oh, that guy. Is this one the S one? This is the middle one, maybe. Yeah, it's the middle one. Could make this harder by just putting grass squares on each one of these guys. Okay, S first. Oh, it would have gone to the other one. So we got two E's in there. C puzzle. Okay. I'm just seeing a few little touches to the puzzles to make. Let's make it so that each doorway gets its own grass square. Then if you have to leave, I guess it doesn't make it that much harder, because you can always just leave using the spikes in the room instead of walking back out. I don't know. How does that look? Grass. You come in. There's grass. 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 It might be a good bit of misdirection to have this here, because then the player thinks, okay, it means I gotta solve this room with the person active. Because it will seem that logically the only way to solve it, since you have to step on grass to get into the room, false assumption, is to manipulate things with him active. But as soon as you notice this upper part, then you should know that it's possible to come back into the rooms without. Yeah, okay. I guess this no longer serves a purpose. Let's take this and give it another pillar with equidistant spacing. 1, 3, 4, 5. One more. And now it no longer looks good. So this actually does do something visually. Let's make the hallway appear more like it's 3 wide instead of 4. Maybe for consistency, let's put a break in the mesh there so I can get the other texture to appear as expected. So let's pull it down. There we go. 1, 2. Yeah. All right. Then I think this side over here, is it going to be at the same height? No, it's a little bit lower. Okay. All right, so let's get an edge loop in here. Just bring these up a little bit more to hide the exterior background. And that should do it. And on this side, I'm going to need let's see. You know what? Let's keep going with this over here too. At least we want this to come up. Which ones I've got selected. Okay, cool. All right, all of that, and then on this exterior, I want to have something that looks kind of cool. Turn off the ray casting because that signals to my board loader that it's not part of the traversable area for the player. It simplifies the data structures. This will come up to no, more than that. Let's see, it's got to come up maybe. Let's go 2 more. Okay, then let's get some extra repeating pillars over here. Okay. Cool. I mean, I could go a little more crazy on the pillars. I don't think it'd hurt anything. Yeah. 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 Alright, then. I just put a ceiling over the top. Actually, let's see how much is visible from here. So I think you could probably see the tops of the pillars. You wouldn't be able to see past that. Probably not. Putting this back to default. So I think I'm going to want decorations on the edge of it, and that needs ray casting. Let me make one more of these things. Yeah, let's take a look at it. Let's just take a look at it. It might look really terrible. That looks pretty good. On the lower part at least. If I go up top, I might be less pleased. Okay, I can still see this dark background back there. I wouldn't mind having decorations and stuff to show this better. I'm gonna make one more row of these guys. And then I think the pillars I want to rework so that they match up with this. These should go all the way down to the ground. I didn't realize I'd be able to see the bottoms. Okay. Got it. In fact, an easy way to fix the bottom part is just pull the floor up a little bit. There we go, there's this. I just pull it up a bit. Does that work over here too? No, one more. What? See some curved stuff down there I'm going to have to look at. But up one more. Now let's go look at this. What's up over here? It could be the outline. It's just showing something a little bit weird. No. There's some weirdness there. Yeah. How'd that happen? I don't know. This feels like it's not worth salvaging. Let's just remake it. Okay, so this I can just repeat to get my extra shelf or stairway thing. Okay. I don't know if it's worth continuing this around the corner. Let me see if I can just do it a different way. Yeah, I can also... Yeah, okay, cool. Is this where I want it though? I think let's bring it in a little bit more. Let's get flush with this other part here. Okay. Oh, I didn't do this right. Okay. How? Wait, what's up? No, yeah, this is wrong. Delete that. Okay. It's just... Okay, there we go. Plasma pocket. So I think Plasma Popic. By the way, do you are you on the forum? If you don't mind, if you are on the forum and you have like a forum name, I'd be curious because then I might tie it into somebody that I know on the forum. But yeah, let me answer your question. I think it will very much appeal to Drod fans, very much. So it's got the same stepping mechanic. It's got the same focus on puzzles. There's the detailed grid-aligned view. I have 2 Drod fans in my playtesters group. They love it. Every week they play through all the new levels I make within 4 hours after releasing it at the latest. So yeah, I think it's definitely going to appeal to Drod people. There are some things in it that are different, that might here and there not be what Drod fans like as much. So, for example, in Drod there was a pretty religious idea that you need to show all the information for the player. They just look at all of it at one time. And anyways, would you do me a favor? Because I replied back to you a little bit late. Like maybe I didn't see you. Just chat some little thing that lets me know you're still here. Because I don't know if like I took too long to reply back to you and you like already had taken off or something. Oh, you're cool. So things that Drod players may not like. You don't get to see the whole level at one time. There's hidden information. Now it does add suspense, and it gives you this feeling of exploration, like you've got to look around to see what all's there. Maybe you can't see every little thing. That's one thing that Drod players may not like as much. Another thing is it's not entirely as clear as it is looking at a Drod screen. Like, if you have to look at this screen, after a while you'll pick up all the stuff and process it more quickly, but you might not see right away as easily as you do looking at 2D Drod. Like, this enemy is in this square, and you know this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares that way, etc. You have to do a lot of reckoning with the 3D to see like where things are going to be. Like, if you're on top here and you drop off the edge of this pit, where do you land? You land here, right? Okay, and then as you get further out, like you're over here, well, you don't just pick the one that's right underneath you. That's not where you're going to land. It's going to be, with perspective and everything, it's like going to be like there, or maybe it's that one. So there's a lot of 3D reckoning stuff in it. That's a little bit challenging. But the basics, how the monsters move, I call them creatures in this game. They step after you do. The extreme focus on solving puzzles, yeah, it's definitely stuff that Drod people will like. So I'll give you a demo of this level in a second. If you haven't already seen it, I'm not sure when you dropped in, but I'll give you a demo of this level. It'll show you some similarities, perhaps. All right, let's do this. Pre-process the level. Now hit play. Okay. I'll explain a little bit as I play through it. All right, so this is your character you control. Her name is M. You know, she's like your B throw. Okay, you can go up, down. Actually, not up, down. North, south, west, east. Okay, this thing it's an egg where she's born at from the beginning of the level. If she dies, she goes back to that egg. This grass that you step on, certain enemies can't cross it. It also sets this guy over here into an angry mode. If you step on it, he'll try to attack you if you step on grass. But if you die, you go back to the egg, and right now he's no longer angry or chasing you. He's just standing there. But as soon as I step on the grass, he's back to chasing me. And he's beelining like a roach does, pretty much, in Drod. So, just like there's roach manipulation puzzles in Drod, you can manipulate these guys called beards. That's what they're called. So, here the puzzle is, you're coming over this way, and you really want to go through here, but he's blocking you. You can't. Right at this point in the game, you can't attack him, so he's just an obstacle. So the idea is, how do you get in front of him so you can go down that passageway? And it ties into that behavior that I just explained to you, which is, you know, as soon as I die, he is not hostile. As soon as I step on the grass, he is hostile. Okay, so that egg kind of forces me to put him into his hostile mode. But there's a second egg. I can come and touch it. That's the new place where I will go when I die. And unlike the first egg, there's no grass in front of it. So it should be possible for me to die, go to the second egg, and leave this beard in a position of my choosing. So I die here. I now go to the top egg, and I come back out here. He's paused in place. He's no longer chasing me because I haven't stepped on the grass yet. As soon as I step on the grass, all these beards are going to be intent on chasing me. Grass. Okay, so now he's coming towards me. Go up the stairs. That's the level exit. Here's another thing I did for Drod people. So every level, it's got an exit in it and that solution is relatively easy. But I know that like Drod players or hardcore puzzle people, they like more challenge. So I made every level have a bonus challenge as well, which is I call it a present. If you can get the present, then you solve this harder challenge. So each level has got 2 levels of difficulty to it. The first exit level, and then the present. Okay, so this guy's still following me around, and that's a hassle. But one other property of the grass is, he can't follow me across the grass. He's got to stay there at the edge. There's another guy down there. I got this problem of getting past one of these guys. Oh, I just realized I can circumvent the intended solution by just flinging over the top of them. I'll make a note of that. Unintended solution. Flinging over top of enemy in right chamber. So I go through here, there's a block. You push a block. Whenever you push a block, you can't push it 1 square necessarily. It will go as far as it can go in the direction you push it. Okay, so let's see. So I come back up here. Now my buddy's still here. I can kill him by running him into the exit. Okay. Then you come back up here. There's another strategic part where I get this egg selected. Okay, when you die and you go to an egg, you'll go to each of the exits each time in rotation. So this one I already did. This one I want the S, but I want to get the S out of this room. And he's down there messing with me, so it's another case where I need to get him positioned in a useful spot and then kill myself. And then I can come back up through the top. So he's not chasing around, so I can get past him. So I've got, how many blocks have I got? There's 1, 2, except S has to come first. Boy, I'm realizing as I'm explaining this that there's a lot of stuff that came in the earlier level, so I am explaining quite a bit. So let me back up a little bit. So I come back up to the top. And I told you about the present, which is the bonus challenge. Here's the present. Now, what's in front of it is what's called a letter bridge, and it's open, and you'll drop right through it unless the word on the letter bridge is spelled someplace within the level. So right now, I just dropped through it, but if I spell S-E-E, it'll close, and I'll be able to walk across it and get this bonus present. That's why I was fiddling around with the blocks in the other rooms, because I need to get them out of those rooms so I can spell C. So I'll put S up here. I'll come back. Actually, it's faster if I just kill myself. It teleports me up there. Okay, so I got 2 E's there. So the trick here is I need him to be in a certain position so that the second E that I try to move out will have something to go against. So if I go like this, Okay, that knocks one E out. Another E, I can always get it back to the E block, the E block pad by destroying it. I just push it against the wall and it goes there. And you go with that, and so, but the trouble is I need something to catch that E here, and if I don't have it, I won't be able to make a path out of this room. So this dude here, the beard, I want to get him positioned over to there to catch the block, and then I'll be able to move the E out. So let me get back up on top. Alright. Touch the grass so he follows me. Now he's positioned. I'm just about done demoing this. I don't want to bore you with all of it. But anyways, I wanted to give you the gist of the game. Okay, so there's the E. There's another E. I got both the E's, so I can knock that up. Knock that up. I spelled C. Up above, you can just barely see it, but there's the letter bridge. It's closed. I'll go up there. And that's a pretty hard puzzle for the game. Maybe one of the hardest ones I put in so far. So anyways, that's a demo. Hopefully it's interesting to you, but you know, no big deal if it's not your thing. I'm just trying to make the level look a little bit nicer now. Let's see. The rest of this is just cosmetics. It's playing pretty well. I don't see anything else I want to tweak with the game proper. So let's just case it up, light it up, clean it up, and that will be another level in the done pile. Um, I don't mind answering at all. In fact, it's actually kind of fun to answer. Um, yeah, yeah. So the story is, I think it's as epic as the Gerard stories. So the characters will talk. It's going to be full voiceover acting. I'm going to go with professional quality, professional actors and all the voice acting. There will be animated faces. So just to give you an example. All right, let's go ahead and hit play. So when M talks, her face is going to pop up near her, and she'll have like animation that goes along with the what she's saying. So I've got the full motions. I've got blinking, iris movement, full lip animation. So all that'll be tied in. The story is it's about this woman who wakes up in an afterlife, not the afterlife, but an afterlife, and she's greeted by God, and God has specific plans for her, and she's kind of rebelling against them a little bit. God's kind of a jerk, and there's this whole society of people. You might hear echoes of the citizenry of the empire from these folks, and these people, their whole society is arranged around pushing blocks. It's a task that's been given to them by God, and they like doing it. It's in their nature to enjoy it. Their whole society is based on pushing blocks. And M stumbles into the society, and there's different characters that she kind of is friends with or antagonized by. So there's a whole story around it. It's not in the same world as Drod, but it is going to end up feeling a little bit Drod-like, just because the same person wrote it. And it will get just as epic in scale as Drod, if not more so. Okay, so let's get these pillars in. Of course. Yeah, I like talking about my game almost too much. Almost too much. Never mind talking about my game. Okay, let's do it. Alright, let's get that. Alright, do I want to do anything else on this? Do I want to raise it up higher? I think if you're in here, you can see the top. Maybe I'll put a ceiling on top of it and call it good. Yeah. Okay, I think the tops of these are still visible. So I can go up again. And just go up one more. Oh, it's going to do all the offsets. Stupid offsets. I could throw a ceiling on top of this stuff. It seems not as cool though. We'll be able to see from this side the tops. I don't know if that's true or not. I feel like going up and looking at it and checking it. Alright, let's do another one where we just check for background exit showing through. Okay, that looks clear. Still visible on the west side. It looks like I'm off by maybe one square there. I guess I could throw it up 2 squares for weird monitors. Awesome. I do like how those look. Need to continue the pillars to the west on the back row. Let's see, we'll say two more on both of them. Frustrum, north wall, and 2 more pillars. The west and east sides. Okay. Oh man, you can still just see the very top. Okay. Okay, I don't like what that ceiling is making me do here, which is I cannot see the exit until I've touched it. Okay, so that means the roof over top of upper egg needs to be higher to avoid unexpected egg touch. Okay, and pillars in hall need one more layer. Okay. Other than that, looks pretty good. I'm close to being done. Let's see. Yeah. That's quite a few changes. I better not do any lighting yet because I'm not done. Wow, I've been on for 5 hours? Jesus, that really surprises me. Okay. What was I doing with all that time? 5 hours? Freaks me out. Huh. Well, I did make a level from scratch, I suppose. Okay. Let's get the roof. Put it up higher. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try that. One other thing I can do, which is much easier. Just bring it in one. Just leave a little carved out spot above that access point, and then the camera will show. I'll show the egg. You won't be surprised by it. Okay. And you dudes have to come out just a little further. don't think I can see as far off in that way. I think I can see more on this side. So we will try it again in a moment. Let's see, quite a few things. Done with that, done with that, done with that. Northwest exterior wall, not had enough. Don't know why I had to select this too. It seemed like a good idea to have a viewing area, but in practice it's more confusing. Okay. I can just use this to wall off. Maybe it won't be that hard. But that might give me a lighting seam, so let me look at this other ways of doing it. Okay, let's try this. Just pull in. There. Okay, we'll go like that. Pull in. And then I've got a little gap here to fill in. Okay. And there's an unintended solution that if I try to fling this way, I'll go over the top of the dude. So this is not too hard to protect against. I can just add a wall in the corner, and then you won't be able to come over here. Wait a minute, let me see if I can do it with the existing game object. And avoid lighting seams. Okay, so that might be pretty close. Let's play it through, make sure it still works. Look for other casing or level bounce problems. If it's good, then I can move on to lighting and decoration. Okay, that's good. Not seeing anything off to the east with the pillars. It looks like over here the back row could keep going just a little bit more. Man, it's really difficult to get those. And there, I think the camera's on the interior of the pillar. I think that's acceptable. Okay. Still can't see the egg. Okay, back row of pillars on the west side looks fine. It's the east side. I'll have to just extend for the back row. I can just maybe see by the shadows that the... No. I think they're fine. Okay. That looks all right. I fixed this part. Let me do it in a different order just to see what that's like. I get 2. Although the guy up top will reset, so that's fine. I need to do the S first anyways. Let me do the S. Bring this guy over. What am I looking at? Oh, okay, hold on. Huh. Okay, so the E that's over there has to be done again too. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, let's continue with this. Let's see. Just kind of pull this out. What? Gotta redo this. Alright, so that one, and then this back row, if you picture the frustum, which is sort of like a three-dimensional version of a trapezoid, it has to extend a little further out. I should do that. I think my brain just sort of jumped to the CSG problem. So I could take any two objects and say we have the assumption that they're all going to be like this sort of Minecraft style blocky, all vertices on even points kind of thing. So I could check I've already got half of it. I've got the rate casting, which goes and looks for the floors and ceilings. Floors and ceilings imply walls between them. So I've got the data structures generated. Oh, God, that's tantalizing. So it'd be something like I select two objects and I say, for my algorithm, go ahead and make a third object that will contain all of the same filled squares as those previous two objects. Fuck yeah. It's not even that hard. I did the hard work earlier. Getting excited. Like, I don't need to go find a third-party asset that will combine meshes together well. I know it's a hard problem. My problem is much simpler to solve. Yeah. So DZ, I am plagued by light seam issues all over the place. And what another stream chatter helped me with was that if they're all one game object or one mesh, the light seam will go away. And so I've been consciously modeling to avoid these light seams, but still you can see them. So like here's an example. The light's hitting this mesh differently than the one underneath, even though they still have the same surface, same shaders applied, same material. So I've been modeling to avoid that, but it's really hard not to, and it's also a pain in the ass to make edits to complex objects. So if I have to go back and revise this floor, for example, and it's attached to the wall, in all one object, it's just a pain in the ass. So what I could do is create a constructive solid geometry utility where I take any two objects and I just select them both and I say make combined object. And because my objects have all these constraints to them already, that they're all blocky and they work at right angles and they entirely fill up a square or a cuboid, my CSG algorithm can be delightfully simple compared to like stuff that other people are trying to do. So I can take two objects, I can say make a combined object. Let's do it. I don't think it'll be that hard. I already wrote like a whole bunch of code that does analysis of floors and ceilings with ray casting. That's well debugged. It can tell me the information I need to know to make that combined object. So I'm just suddenly excited about that. Well, I think I could regenerate a mesh collider on the new object. So after I have the mesh on it, then I would generate both a mesh collider. In worst case, I can remove the mesh collider component and add it back in. And then also I'll update the UVs on the new object that's created. One more aspect of this idea that makes me excited. If I decide to create a level editor in the future, and there's some facility I think for the floors and ceilings and walls, I would go with mesh colliders. But if I try to make a level editor later, and I have a general facility to take the data structures and create a mesh from that, then that is also conducive to creating some kind of level editor in the future for, like players to create levels with. Because right now, just the idea of sending even a pretty ambitious modder into Unity to edit these levels, it makes me cringe. Oh, the other thing about the colliders too, I don't use them inside of the game. I only use them at pre-processing time. So that data structure that says where all the floors and ceilings are, that's all I use when the game's running. So I don't really take a hit in having a bunch of colliders in the scene. Okay, that fixed that problem. So now I can clearly see I'm about ready to touch the egg. Also visually, I think it looks better. Okay, did I get the frustrum going out far enough? It looks like this edge here is stopping too soon, so I'll pull that out just a little bit. Okay, other than that, I think it's good. And it's time to move on to lighting. So I'll just pull this guy out just a little further. Okay, save that. And the lighting looks so bad, I'm just going to start over from scratch on it. Alright. So I'm going to take a little bio break. I'll be back, a couple minutes, something like that. finish this level. Finish it. Let's just take all the crappy lights out except for 2 that I kind of fiddled with. And this one seems okay. It weirds me out that it's visible way over here. If that's what it was, maybe that wasn't it. Yeah, okay. So let's put one big light out here. Okay. Do I need a light down here too? Let's see what it looks like. It might be alright. It's probably not though. Maybe take it down a little more. I wish the lights in play mode looked exactly the same as they do in scene mode. Or edit mode. Maybe let's pull these guys up too. Oops. Okay, what else needs a light? do like seeing the light shine off the pillars. Yeah, getting the specular highlights on them always looks good. Okay, I guess I gotta make it important so it doesn't like keep on turning on and off like in that corner. Unity lighting is crazy. It doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. That was pretty alright. These rooms are going to be too dark. This is going to be too dark. I could wait and see on the top room, which isn't real important to be well lit, but these ones, let's make all those lit up better. do like it right in the middle. That's a pretty good spot. Let's go with 20. All right. So I want to, wherever I can, accomplish decent lighting with less lights. Let's see how that goes. Oh, I need some rails here. I was going to do rails there just to make it look better. Let's do some rails. Rail southwest. Okay, and then south. I feel like this is going to be a little dark, so let's put something over here. see how that goes. Oh, I gotta do decorations too. Let's do those. Oh, and then there was a point where the rails were not connected over here. Is it there? No, it looks fine. Or was it? Maybe nowhere. Maybe I got it. No, right here. Okay. Lighting seams. Alright, so let's get the bounds for all this stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing the operation zone gizmo. Why is that? Maybe it's exactly matching the level bounds. Let's turn off the level bounds. That was what it was. Okay, cool. So hide the pillars. Hide the eggs. Okay, looks reasonable. Alright, let's see how this looks. Probably gonna have a few lighting issues here and there. Oh, I see a few decoration weirdness. Okay, I'll get that later. A little bit of a right there. It's not bad though. Okay. The lighting near the exit, it was like it almost ignored the lights I put there. But here's the thing. It's shining lights on the stairs and not the floor next to it. So I will need to fix that. So let's see. Ink. Light. I absolutely do not understand Unity's lighting algorithm. Hallway looks good. Bonus room looks good. Yeah. Here's where the lighting messes up most of the time, is when it switches between the top and angled view. Top down angled view. So that's looking good. Let me walk up top. Looks good. Dark in here. I did not ask it for it to be dark like this. It's insane, man. It's insane. I promised myself to ease off the rants. But I keep waiting for somebody to show up who says, you're just not doing it right. Here, follow this tutorial. Somebody that just like cuts through my ignorance and says, if you do X, Y, Z, you're not going to have these troubles. It'll make perfect sense. And that person has not materialized. And then like another guy, Drifter, Purpose Drifter, who you probably see in the chat a few times. Like he went out and like talked to his buddies and kind of asked around for me, and it's nothing. It's like you just got to dig in. You got to find all the little quirks, and that's how you get through Unity lighting. That's the lesson. So maybe, yeah. I mean, there's maybe like 10 people in the world that are like, it's nothing, you know. But I haven't met them yet. Maybe like the other rendering pipelines, it's a different story. I mean, it kind of makes me think like they set up like the new pipelines in part because they wanted to get away from the old way of doing it. No? It's still the same deal? Oh, man. Well, that's an interesting data point. I took note of that. What do you think about URP? Like, is it giving you anything beneficial from standard? Like, does it seem? Yeah. So it doesn't get better; it gets slightly worse, and the old problems are still there. Yeah. So it makes me appreciate some projects like Manifold Garden, where they just kind of figured out all their lighting stuff with shaders and just sort of went around all the weirdness. Okay. Okay, this chamber looks good. This one looks good too. And now I'm trapped. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I know he was digging into like shaders that would be like glass. Okay, let me see. Eastmost little room needs important. So in the web development world, when you make CSS, there's a code smell. When you write some code, you say font with this class name. You want it to be in bold, and then you put in like this little thing. Hey Ninja, we're just talking about you. You say important. I really mean it. Make it happen this way, and that's considered a hack. It's considered like a code smell. If you see this in CSS, you say that's fucked up. That's fakaka. So somebody had to do something terrible. So now I'm finding myself doing the same thing with lighting. In lighting, when a light's not working and I need it to work, I say, it's important. This light is important. And then suddenly it works. It's like, why should I have to say a light is important, for it to work? How about if I put a light and the contract of it's supposed to be that it lights the area that it's in, and I can see it working that way inside of the scene, that Unity would just make the light work. I know it's trying to turn the lights on and off to optimize for performance, but it's so terrible at figuring out when I should turn lights on or off. It's so bad at it. Yeah, I just learned it the other day, and it's a breakthrough, but it's like it's not a fun breakthrough to have. It's not the sort of piece of information that you say, oh, I just need to expand my knowledge a little bit. No, we'll never solve the light problem entirely. What we will do is get little refinements and tricks and quirks. So this light here is not turning on. But if I go to render mode on it and I say important, I bet you it's on. I bet you it's on when I come in the room. Similarly, I put 2 bright lights in this room. 2 of them. When you walk into this room, it's all dark. But I bet you, if I come to this light and I say, what render mode? Let's say it's important. It's an important light. Let's see what happens then. I'll even take this one out. I think, well, I don't know. Maybe this one needs to be important too. Important light. That's so ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. Otherwise, you won't see them in the scene. Okay. So that important light is there. There was another one down here I think needed to be important. I think it's this one, because it was kind of going on and off. Imagine you're installing light bulbs in your house and you've got 2 kinds of light bulbs. Some that turn on and off randomly, and others that just stay on all the time. Which ones would you install? Well, maybe you want ones that turn on and off randomly. Maybe you want ones that, even though you turn the light switch on, they just stay off. Hold on, maybe that's what you want. Yeah, you want important light bulbs. When you go to the hardware store, make sure you get the important light bulbs. Let's see. There was one other thing I was going to do. Yeah, it was, okay, and here, if you happen to be a fool and drop down there, you're stuck. So let's make a way you can just kill yourself off. Although, no, you know, I don't need to do that because I'm going to add a thing where if you've got no moves, you die. Auto death if you run out of moves. But no, but this is different though. This is a stalemate because you can push and that knocks him back and then he knocks the other way. So you continue to have moves, but it's a stalemate. Okay, so I do need to make some kind of set the decorations on this. It's a nice thing to learn. My ideas were not great. You learned humility. Oh, come on. Nice. Failing fast. So pre-process the level. Then let's see. It's probably one of those little glitches where I have to. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so I hit play. Okay, and I come back into the scene. Pre-process. Okay, there, now it's fine. Okay. There we go. So then I need to put spikes down there. It does make me wonder though, can I get rid of these spikes and use these ones instead? Because if I could, then those spikes could work for both purposes. So if I brought this guy here, I don't think it quite works. You head south, he'll come south. No, I'll go up and try it in a sec. You know what? I'm gonna join you, cause again, I okay. I like to laugh and rant and make jokes, but maybe there is some knowledge here. Delight is always rendered at per pixel quality. I don't know. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem like it's telling me anything. Like what it's describing is not the same thing as my workaround. Yeah. Okay, so I got that there. I wonder, do I have a similar problem over here? So this guy, I want him to be here. If I come down here, he'll end up like smashing me in that little corner again. Could make this one a little bit different than the other one, though. I could just put the spikes over here instead. Yeah. All right. Let's fix this one too. Ninja, is your game intended to be on mobile or just desktop? I think... Yeah, I can understand that. But the thing about desktop, it's like if you make a game that you want people to provide their full attention to, or maybe 75% of it, like it feels like desktop is the way to go. I had another game I had no interest in putting on mobile because I just wanted people to pay attention to it while they were playing it. That's a weird kind of insistence, but yeah. Okay, bridge that. And then yeah, just like having to figure out how to make your game playable on mobile and also not sacrificing stuff that is good on desktop. That's another issue. So yeah, like you said, sensible control schemes. Bridge. All right, put some spikes there. This one, on the other hand, I could just move down there. It can be the same one that you use to get free of here. you get stuck down there, or to use it to solve the puzzle, you can use it that way too. So that's probably a good addition. I'd rather make a game that was specifically targeted for mobile, and then after I figured that out, then see about getting it on desktop, and making it better on desktop, because it feels like it's a much harder thing to make a game that works on mobile, as far as like the control schemes, limited size of the screen, stuff like that. Yeah, DZ, you mentioned cutscenes, which I hate. I'm trying to have zero cutscenes in this game, so it's like not always am I trying to battle against the player and force them to sit still for my stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I kind of don't get it when I see somebody in a bus and they've got sort of a triple A style game on their little device. I'd be like, just wait till you get home. It's gonna be a lot better if you play it when you get home. Just play some simple stuff, or just like look around at other things going on in the bus. It's just not that fun to play. Just a visceral fighting game. On a tiny little screen on a bus. Yeah, also, you can stop yourself from getting into shitty situations on a bus by just looking around. Yeah. It's a creepy thing to me when... Okay, so I've been in this situation so many times. I'm on a bus, and I'm aware of what's on the bus, and there's one other person on the bus, and they're aware of what's on the bus, but they're like trying to do some shit, like they're running some kind of scam, or they're looking around for somebody to jack, or they want to smoke, and they're looking at the whole bus like I am with total awareness, because I want to know what the fuck's going on if I'm riding on that bus. So that me and this other kind of asshole are looking around, and everybody else is just like hiding in their phones and stuff. Everybody, and part of that is a defense mechanism, because there's a few people that are sort of aware of the asshole that's nearby. They don't want the attention of the asshole, so they get even deeper into what they're doing. I'm just like, come on. Don't give him that. That's how I feel about it. It's just like this is your place. This is your common space. You don't cede it. Yeah. You pay attention, you look for problems. Maybe you look to help people if they're kind of distressed about something, or you kind of smile at people if it's not too creepy. Have some awareness. I just hate this down on your devices thing when you're out in public. Of course, these days, like I don't even want to get on a bus with COVID and everything. It's just, yeah, avoid the buses like the plague, literally like the plague. Yeah, no, I get it. Flappy Birds. Go ahead, make a Flappy Birds. It won't take you long. I've never been good at like figuring out something that was going to be lucrative and just doing that. You know, I've never been good at that. I feel like somebody else is going to figure that out before me. Yeah. So I mean that's probably a good way to go. Is it not just like not just making like one game that takes you a year or three, and then seeing how it does. But if you were going at for money, I would say just pump out a bunch of little games, and then you won't know like which one is going to be the Flappy Birds. It just catches on maybe in some way. Then you kind of know, like, after a while, oh, these games I release seem to be doing better than the others, and you can kind of evolve them, and you've got a player base, and yeah, there's some people that figure that out. I'm like maybe a little bit envious of. Okay, so I think that's all fixed up. Alright, let's try it. Let's see how my important lights are going to do. Yeah. Asset store is interesting too. I do have one asset up there that I can say that it paid back the time I spent on it. It's the Cartoon Mumbler voice pack. But the reason why it's paid it back is because like it's not an asset I have to keep on updating. It's some sound effects. There's a little bit of demo code in it, but WAV files don't break. Oh, I'm checking out lighting. Okay. Okay, so I did get rid of like the flip here, where the light was flipping on and off. Okay, let's. There's a flip right there. That one, I think I'm gonna let it go. It's not bad. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Okay, now we got lots of light up here. The lights actually turned on because I said they were important. Before, these two lights, this one and this one, they just were completely off. And why? My camera is right next to them. Why would they be off? It's nonsensical. Okay, what was the other ones? Let's go check out these rooms. Okay, that's lit because I said it's important. This is an important light. Yeah, I do feel bad. Oh, what happened there? Oh, shit. The beard came in here and killed himself and got teleported somewhere else. I cannot put spikes down there. I can't put spikes down there. Unless I do something a little more complicated. Ah, oh, dang it. No, so I do feel bad for developers that put assets on the asset store and they put a lot of initial work into them. and then they'd like to just kind of, maybe be done with them, but Unity keeps on upgrading. Their assets break. They get complaints in the review section. They have to keep updating them. And who knows if the amount of money they're making from the asset is worth the continuous updating of the assets and responding to support. But mine is just, it's like, I think it's probably made me a few $100s. So that's why I say it paid me back. Let's see if it's still up there. Cartoon, Mumbler. There it is. Let's see if I got any bad reviews yet. No bad reviews. Let's see. Where's play the audio for me? There we go.
Hello. Bonjour, huh?
So I thought it was a pretty good idea. You just have like a bunch of audio clips that you can use them for your NPCs, and they say different things, but instead of needing voiceover actors, you just throw in these mumble noises. And I got them like they fit different speaking moods. So there's like angry, there's like let's see, I think I got them all here. Doubt, agree, prompt, confused, normal, okay, alert, all these. So yeah, I thought it was a pretty good idea. Didn't get around to making a volume 2, but yeah, put them up there and move on. That's one that you can do, but most of them though, like if I go back and pull up just like my old assets that I bought like 2 years ago, they're all broken. Not ones that I made, but ones that I bought. Sucks if you're a dev and you just don't want to stay on that treadmill. You might as well take your asset down after a few years if you can't keep updating it. Yeah. But even like I don't know. It's I think it's yeah. If your asset is more complex, then you increase the chance that it's going to break. Yeah. Okay, so this thing down here is going to screw everything up. Probably the one over here is an issue as well. Not this one. Yeah, it is. So both of those guys died. And they're no longer in the puzzle. I think in order for this puzzle to work and not become like ridiculously overcomplicated, I'm just going to have to make the player restart if they get stuck in there. Let's put it back how it was. If I was going to be like purely hobby about it, I would just open source it. But, I mean, that's me. Somebody else say they might enjoy like a mixture of hobby plus some commerce. Okay, I can leave that alone. Let's just copy this guy over. No. Let's put... Okay, hold on. Preprocess. No, that's wrong. Alright, just play and stop so I can get the mesh to be fixed. There we go. Alright, I think I'm going to call that good. I'll play through it one more time. Looks like I fixed all the lighting stuff, but I think this one is in the done pile. Yeah, I'm interested in open sourcing this project too. Like not all the assets that go with it, but the code. But I gotta figure out any publisher deals first. Dude's still there, good. Took the spike out of there, so I gotta add it back in. I heard about light probes. I haven't really tried using them. I don't know much about them. I thought they were supposed to be something like you'd use in conjunction with baking, but like I said, I don't know much about them. the thing is, I've not been able to get a decent bake. So, I mean, if I can't get a good bake, I'm not sure if I want to do light probes too. Like, does light probes... Okay. It sounds useful if I was able to get the baking to work in some kind of reliable way that, you know, I could say, okay, this is going to take 2 hours for the bake to run, but I don't care because I know there's a 97% chance it'll be right. But it's more like there's a 97% chance it'll be wrong after 2 hours. And I don't even mean like I don't mean like it won't match my intentions. I mean, it'll look blotchy and full of crap and unprofessional, and like there's no way that it would be acceptable in a release. That's the thing though. I spent some time on it. I don't know. The problem is every experiment I run takes so long to see the results of. Takes so long. And the default settings, you'd think like just create a new scene, throw a few objects in there, run the default settings. It's fakaka. Okay. So then I gotta change the settings to something else to not be fakaka. And question is what? Each guess takes minimum 5 to 10 minutes to run. And if it's a scene of any complexity, it goes into hours. And I've not been able to see like one place where it was laid out like, here's what you do. Here is what you do to stay out of trouble and not have bullshit in your bake. I've not seen one tutorial, one set of like general purpose documentation from Unity, one renegade going out and saying, here's what you do. Nobody has done that. So it makes me think like it's just misery. I think the name is familiar. I'm not, but I don't. Yeah. Let me see. So some things like that I had some success on. So, you know, a while back I was like, how do I get like a good, you know, emission that looks like it's a glowing thing? And I go look at a YouTube video and I got it. It might have even been Bracky. But you're right. I mean, like you say, there's got to be something somewhere because people do make bake scenes that work. I just have not found any good content that shows me the way, and I just, yeah. I mean, I'll show you. I'm almost done with this level, and you know what? I'll show us. I'll run this experiment again. And I'll be happy if I'm wrong. I'll be happy, absolutely happy if I'm wrong. But I will create a new scene. I'll put a few things in it. I'll bake it. It'll probably take like 5 minutes to bake or something like that. And I'll just see what happens. I'm with you. The concept of baking seems wonderful. Seems like exactly what I want. It's just the specific implementation of it inside of Unity befuddles me. And I just don't see how to make sense of it. Okay, I think I'm almost done with this level. Then I will try a little bit of a lighting experiment. Because I don't want to be an ignoramus. I don't want to be a feeble guy who just like rants and doesn't actually get anything to work. When there is the knowledge out there somewhere of how to do it. I don't want to be that guy. I want to be the guy that just figures out shit and has a good game that looks good. That's the guy I want to be. All right. Sounds good. All right, so let's go up. Make sure this is solvable. Lighting looks good. You do S first. Okay. Alright, this upper floor could use another light. This total black floor, that's not pleasing. Okay, so let's get the E. The other thing I didn't check out was the exit. So alright. So the exit does need a little background so you don't see the black void out there. So let's pull in outer walls. Alright, I'll check it out in a sec. Also, can you tell me like if they include music or not? Because if they have music and I play them on my stream, then YouTube later on may block my own stream from different things. If you happen to notice if they've got music or not, that's cool. I won't hold against you if we get surprised by music. Take the outer walls, put them in background. All right. What else was there? I wanted a little bit of light up here. I should do it. All right. One more run through. I gotta set the light to be important. You're an important light, meaning you should turn on at some point. There we go. See if it messed up the other rooms. That looks fine. That looks fine. Okay, and we'll check out the Ascension. Yeah. 2019.4 point something. LTS. I'm on LTS. Latest LTS. Wow. I don't know. They will probably go up. 4.13 F1. Let's see what the latest is. Fifteen F1. All right, a little bit behind. Yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it for. My hope is to stay on LTS, but it does mean I'm going to LTS pretty quick because I probably got another year of development. I probably got another year or two of development, and then I'll be hurting, I guess, when it's like 2020 LTS builds. And the 2021 is the beta, and 2019 is kind of creaking old unsupported stuff. But I think I probably got one more switch to 2020. I'll do one major switch when I'm like within maybe 6 months of releasing or something like that, and I'll just see what is the latest LTS and make a decision. I don't think I'll be able to stick on 2019 LTS to release. But for now, I'll let them get the bugs out of 2020 as much as they can before I switch over to it. Alright, this is a done level. I'm just going to do a little bit of glue stuff. I want to call this something better than placing beards. Let's see, is there any kind of theme to it? Yep, that's right. That's exactly what it'll be. I do have to give Unity credit. I spend like a fair amount of time complaining about them, but the Unity Hub thing that they created, that was good. That was real good. That was smart. You manage your installs. You can say like which thing you're going to open your project with. That was a great addition to all this build version management stuff. Occasionally they do something that helps me. The addressable system was good too. That was a decent improvement. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna name this level. Let me see. What does it look like to me? Got these pillars over here. Let's go to levels. Save this as. Okay. Pre-process the level, add it to, okay, goes there. Alright, 30 levels. 30 levels. did forget to do my thumbnail. Alright, placement chamber. I should get rid of placing beards. Okay, editor, thumbnail cam. Let's make a good thumbnail. I should do that. And while I remember it, well, it's not hard. Let's delete the old level with the old name. I just find it in here. Okay. Then I'm about ready to go check out this stuff that you're talking about. Okay. So, pair placing beards. Delete that. Don't need it. Okay, so then over here, I'm gonna go check my email. It's not here yet. Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna go. Let's see if I can just pick up the links off the chat. Okay, let's try one. Bam.
So I recently came across this awesome...
Okay, so that's one.
Now, before we start adding...
Okay. Alright, so the lighting one, how long is it? 16 minutes? Okay, I think I'll just go ahead and watch it. I'll watch it on here. I think it should be okay. I might skip around a bit. I'm an impatient guy.
Awesome tutorial on lighting a simple scene in Unity, and I thought I would do the same using the new and improved progressive light mapper. So in this video we'll learn a bunch about lighting and use it to put together this scene. Also make sure to check out the guy who made the...
I'm feeling bad because I remember this video. I remember watching this, so I'm probably gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Original tutorial, LMH Poly. He has a bunch of really useful videos. This video is sponsored by Dennis Penjuta. Dennis is an awesome Udemy instructor. And
no, skip him past
so before
that.
we start setting up lighting, there are a few things that we need to understand. The first one is global illumination. We all know that our eyes work by picking up rays of light. Unless we are looking directly into a light source, these rays of light bounce around between objects before hitting our eye. Yep. Be incredibly realistic. In computer graphics, we split up this act of light bouncing around into two categories: direct and indirect lighting. Yep. Influenced by the light are completely dark. Indirect lighting is when light bounces off multiple surfaces before hitting the eye. Of course, theoretically, light will keep bouncing objects in your scene, but often you want to calculate lighting beforehand.
So enlighten is deprecated, but he's saying it's real time. I guess that's what I'm doing with the real time. Okay.
Both to get more detailed lighting, but also to save on performance. This is called baking. When you bake your lighting, Unity calculates all the lighting values and turns them into large textures that are then overlaid on top of your objects. While you can use Enlighten to bake your lighting, it's much preferred to use the new Progressive Light Mapper. The Progressive Light Mapper is a path tracing based light mapper, which means that it will realistically simulate lighting bouncing around the scene. It does this by gradually sending out light rays from the camera towards the light sources. This means that you can see the result as it renders in the editor, and you can adjust light properties without having to re-render the entire scene. So with that explanation, let's jump right into Unity. So here's a simple scene in Unity. I'm using completely default settings here. The only thing I've done is gone ahead and import two 3D models. We have the room here, which is just a simple cubes where we can see through the back faces of the walls, and a monkey. He's cute, right? I've also taken my main camera and positioned it so it looks inside of the room. Now the first thing that we want to do is set up a few light sources. By default, every Unity scene comes with a directional light. I will simply go ahead and remove this. That's because I want this to be an indoor scene.
I'm just taking notes. Probably not germane, but whatever.
So instead, let's create our own lights. Of course, we could go right-click, light, and select one of the predefined lights, or we could simply create an object with an emissive material. And that's what we're going to be doing here. So let's right-click, go 3D object, and let's select a plane. Let's also disable lighting in the scene view so we can clearly see what's going on. Let's set the scale of this plane to 0.2.
Wait, disable lighting in the scene view. Hold on.
Object, and let's select a plane. Let's also disable lighting in the scene view so we can clearly see what's going on. Let's set the scale of this plane to 0.2 by 1 by 0.2. Let's also reset its position. Let's rotate it by -90 on the Z here. So now it's pointing out from the left wall. I'm going to hold down Control in order to snap this plane. Let's snap it into the wall. Let's move it down to stand right on top of our ground. I'm also going to take it and move it out a tiny bit. We can use something like -2.49 just to make...
I'm just kind of... Anything that he says that might be a lead, I'm just writing down versus point, spot.
To make sure that it doesn't intersect with our wall. So right now our plane has a default material applied. Instead, we want to go ahead and create a material that will emit light onto the rest of our scene. To do that, let's right-click in the project, go create, and let's create a material. I'm going to call this material orange light, and I'm then going to drag it onto a plane. On the right hand side here under emission, let's enable that, and here we can choose a color. I've already found an orange color that I like, so I'm simply going to paste it in here. You can of course use the same one if you want. I'm also going to set the amount of emission to 1.5. So down here we can see that it makes our material look brighter, but in our scene it's currently not really doing anything. First off, we need to make sure to re-enable lighting, but still nothing is happening. The reason why is that objects with emission won't actually emit light in real time. Now in order for this to show a light map, and to do this, we have to let you know that our light, as well as the rest of the objects in our scene, are all static. In other words, our objects aren't going to move, so we can safely bake a light map for them. To do that, let's select our plane, hold down Shift and select the room and monkey as well. Let's go to the top right here and select static. And now you can see here in the bottom right corner that Unity starts baking a light map. And right away we can see the result. This is by no means pretty yet, but we definitely have lighting in the scene. I'm going to rename the plane here to orange light. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm then going to go to the X position here and remove the minus to snap it to the other side. And I'm also going to rotate it around the Y by 180 degrees. Finally, I'm going to duplicate the orange light material. I'm going to rename it to blue light. I'm then going to drag it onto the light to blue and this simple scene. But it doesn't look too good yet. One of the reasons why is when it's for this object. If we apply on our room here, you can see not much changed. That's because when creating this room in my modeling software, I've already made sure to create UVs for it as well. But make sure to use this option if you haven't. But our scene still doesn't look that good. Let's try and change the lighting properties. To do this, we'll go Window, go under Lighting, and choose Settings. This will bring up the lighting window. First, because this is an outdoor scene, I'm going to go ahead and remove the skybox material. So I'll simply set this to none. right away you can see this darkens our scene and gives it kind of a bluish tint. That's because the default ambient color in Unity is a dark blue. If your entire scene is indoors, there really should be black. We'll also make sure to disable real-time global illumination, because again, we want to only bake our light maps. And you can see right away our entire scene becomes dark. That's because so far Unity has been using real...
Pretty sure that I've got that by default. Yeah, because it's deprecated. Okay, cool.
Real-time calculated lighting. And now Unity actually starts baking a light map. Again, the result here is not too impressive. That's because we want to configure our light mapping settings. First, we choose what we want to use. We of course want to change this from enlighten to progressive. Sometimes when changing between the two options, you have to go down and deselect auto generate, then go to the drop-down arrow and hit clear baked data, and then we can once again enable it. You'll notice how the entire scene again turns black. And it might say it's baking down here, but the result is also completely dark. The reason why is when using the progressive light mapper, we have to make sure to go into our emissive materials. So here's the blue light, and under emission change it from real-time global illumination to baked. I'll go ahead and do the same thing for the orange light. And right away you can see the light mapper working in our scene. You can also...
Okay, orange light is a game object with emissive lighting on it. He set global illumination on it to baked, so I'll make sure I get that in there too. Yeah, I always turn it off because it gets crazy. I mean, it just like it can't do anything fast in a scene that's moderately complex. So I'm constantly changing things inside of the scene as I'm working on it, and it will still kind of try to sort of keep up with me, but it's just hopeless. Like, it's really hopeless. So I always turn it off. Okay, what was that? Make sure shader or light set to baked.
In our scene. You can also see that it looks very noisy, and after a while everything suddenly looks smooth, and the result is already much better. If we now go ahead and make a change to a scene, say let's move our monkey, we can again see this noise reappearing. What we're seeing is actual light rays getting sent out, and as more and more gets sent out, the noise gets reduced. And finally, when the light mapper has sent out all of its samples, it simply takes the result and blurs it. You can also see that because I have prioritized view enabled, the light mapper will actually render the part that we are looking at in the scene view first. This is super cool if you want to focus on a specific part of your scene. So now it's time to play around with some settings. And the first most noticeable problem that we want to get rid of is this weird seam running down the monkey's head. Now this seam is here because I've gone ahead and manually UV'd the monkey, and this is one of the places that I decided to put a seam. But of course we want to make this as hard to notice as possible. And one of the really cool tools that we have here is what is called seam stitching. This is something you enable per object. So if we go ahead and select our monkey, switch to the inspector, and go under the mesh renderer under lighting, here we have a separate category for light map settings. And here is a property called stitch seams. If we now enable it, you can see that immediately the seam gets blurred out and becomes way less noticeable. I definitely recommend turning that on for most complex objects. And our lighting actually already looks okay. One of the things that we can do is easily decrease the light map size. This is simply the end resolution of our texture. And because our scene is very small, we can definitely decrease this to 512. As you can see, the end result is pretty much the same, and we've just more than half the size of...
Okay, so he's got the main scene selected. No, this is the lighting lighting. What the hell is this? Is there a... I don't remember it being that way. Let me see. Well, okay, here it is. This is lighting. Just, if I want it to be like that, I just throw it up here. Okay, cool. That's probably a good place to put it if I'm going to be screwing around with it. Alright, so he was... What was he saying? Let's back up a little bit.
Decrease this to 5.
DZ, catch you later, man. Thanks for joining. Okay, light map size.
Decrease this to 512. As you can see, the end result is pretty much the same, and we've just passed the size of a light map. We can also choose whether or not to compress the light map. This will heavily reduce the file size, but it can also add a lot of weird artifacting to the lighting. In fact, we can see an example of that right here. These weird bands are because of compression on the light map. So let's try and disable it. You can see right away our light map increases in size, but the banding is now gone. We can also see on the side of the monkey here on the ear, we're getting these weird purple colors. Now these are definitely not supposed to be here. This is what we call bleeding. It's when data from one part of the light map bleeds into data from another part of the light map. If we switch to the Global Maps tab here, we can actually see the two textures that were generated for a scene. Notice how we can recognize different parts of the scene in these maps. We have different walls from the room. We have different parts of the monkey. If some of these elements start to bleed into each other, we get this weird result. So to try and get rid of this, I would start by increasing the light map padding. Let's try and set this to 8. Right away we can see that the problem still occurs. So let's now try and increase the light map resolution. Let's try and increase it to 100. Now that definitely helped, but we can still see a tiny bit of bleeding. So let's try increasing them a tiny bit more. And there we go, the problem is now gone. Keep in mind that every time you increase the light map resolution, it will also take longer for your light map to bake. So some of these settings you might want to leave fairly low while adjusting, and then when it's time to bake the final result, you can bump them up. This also applies to direct and indirect samples. Sample is basically just another word for ray. So this here is the number of rays that we send out per texel in order to determine the direct lighting in our scene. And this here is the same but for indirect lighting. In other words, if we go ahead and increase these, we should get greater detail in the result. We can also adjust the number of bounces that we want to calculate. We could say set this to 3, and this could take a while, so you might want to go off and do something else. And you can see the result is a much smoother, less noisy light map, and the lighting will definitely be more precise. This is always one of those settings that I just leave by default when I'm setting up the scene, and then crank.
Yeah, maybe, man. Maybe. Maybe. I hope so. I want to be wrong on this.
The scene, and then all the way up when it's time for a final render. Especially because the number of direct samples and bounces don't have any influence on the size of our light map. They just increase the time it takes. So I'm gonna set these back. And finally, I'm going to enable something that will make everything look much, much better. I think this is everyone's favorite setting to enable. I'm of course talking about ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion is the shattering that occurs between two nearby objects. As you can see in the corners of a room here, the crevices on a monkey, and where our monkey sits on the ground. So right now it's maybe a bit too much. I'm going to decrease it to 0.1 and also decrease the max distance to 0.7. Finally, if you find errors in your light map that you just can't get rid of by adjusting,
I do like that effect. I mean, I don't know how you do that. So it's not. So if I was able to find settings that I felt confident in, then I would do just what you said. Just set it running, leave it running overnight, etc. I've not been able to find any settings I'm confident with, and I've not been able to reasonably experiment because each time I make a change to it, it takes forever to see the results. So what Bracky's doing here, he's making little changes and suddenly it's up and running. And you can see it really quick. I don't have that, and this is a computer that's 1 year old. Top of the line, not top of the line, but pretty good iMac, and then it's just like it's nowhere close to rendering this fast. So it's just the big if is, can I get settings I trust? That's the big if. And if I can, then it's no problem to just batch render a whole bunch of stuff.
Adjusting these settings, it might be because it happens during Unity's filtering stage. This is why Unity takes the light map and applies some post-processing in order to smooth.
Sorry, I know the audio is coming through kind of bad. So I'm probably going to finish watching this video, then I'll try some stuff. And the rest of the YouTube videos, they tend to kind of... There's a broadcast connection between my work computer and the broadcasting machine, and that's where it gets the that kind of distorted audio thing. So I'm going to finish watching this because I'm almost done with it. And I'll try a few things. My apologies for the distorted audio.
But luckily, we can adjust how Unity filters the light map. To do this, we go to Filtering, and you can see what happens if I disable this. This is the finished light map in its raw form. From here, we can go under Advanced, and we can add different types of filtering. I find that in 90% of cases, I use Gaussian, and here you have the possibility to dial down the amount of filtering both for the direct and indirect lighting, as well as the ambient occlusion. For indoor scenes, I often have to go in here and decrease the filtering on the indirect radius. As you can see, the scene still doesn't look noisy, and it often removes weird lighting glitches. But for this scene, we can simply keep it at auto. Finally, if your scene is overall too dark, you can increase the indirect intensity, or give your entire scene a boost using the albedo boost. One of the questions that I get asked the most is, how do you add glow to your lights? They're currently shining onto the environment, and that's lighting system. Instead, we use post-processing effects. To do that, we'll go to Behavior. This will enable post-processing on our camera. We can then switch to the game view. We'll store all of our settings. We'll call it CC for color correction. Select our main camera and drag in to 0.3. And let's also decrease the rate, decrease our bloom even. Learn more about lighting, such as how to set up.
All right. Let's try it. And I want to see good results. I don't want to justify my rants of the past. I just want to see a good result. So let's do File, Save As. In fact, let's not even do a Save As. Let's do File, New Scene. Okay, just in case any of my stuff is messing it up. Okay, then we'll go ahead and throw in Editor. Come on. Editor. Come on. Level. Player. Player cam. Okay. I can get rid of this. Directional line, let's move into here. Okay, we'll go down to the player. Okay. Let's make a real simple room. Yeah, I don't worry about the batch rendering. I don't worry about that part. It's like I said, it's getting the initial lighting settings. Well, let me play with it a little bit here. Well, I mean, thank you for the offer. I feel like I want to fiddle with it a little bit. I'm not sure if I ever made a real simple level like this to start out with. I might have used some other levels that were somewhat more complex. So let's start with that as a test. And I'm repeating to myself that the goal of this exercise is not to prove again how stupid Unity lighting is and how ridiculous it is, but to win, get it to work somehow, one way or another, have a better result. But let me give it a shot. Okay. So let's start with that. I don't have anything other than one directional light. And it's probably something like a few hundred polygons in this scene. Okay, lighting's up already. Okay. This is good. These are default settings, I believe. I'm not sure if I create, yeah, it's got default skybox, and yeah, these are not shared, they're per scene. Okay. Let's go ahead and generate. Okay. Okay, ETA 1 hour. It'll go way down. It'll go down fast. Okay, ETA 30 minutes, 24. Okay, it's doing some progressive stuff. 6 minutes. 5. This is not a wimpy machine. This is an iMac bought 1 year ago. Yeah, it does a lot of that. Now we're down to 3 minutes. Do I have the... Yeah, I got progressive. I could try the GPU later on. I don't want to stop it midway through it. That's the thing too, is like if you tweak something else while it's working on it, then it starts over. Let's see, does it have the thing where it shows as it goes? Yeah, I think it's doing that already. What's this? Yeah, I think that's the default. Yeah. Like he put his down to something lower for a small room. I can do that for this little room. Okay, so that's done. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's not anything I'm worried about. It's just that looks okay. Actually, I might have to take it back. What is this? What is this? What is this? So this is the shit. This is it right here. What the hell is this? It was around 3 minutes. You see how simple this room is. What is this? What is this garbage here? See that? One light source. And then like this splotchy bit on the wall that doesn't correlate at all to the light source. So that's the kind of stuff I get. Default settings. Mess around with a little bit. Could be Pro Builder. That is okay. Let's check this out. Well, I'm not on this ancient version of Pro Builder. So yeah, let's do that too. That's not hard. And, you know, there's some other things to play with. Let's okay, static. Oh, that's the booter. Well, that's fine. Booter's just a container. Okay, this though. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's already static. Okay. So this is where the mesh joins, and maybe it's a bad join. Here, I'll go in and fix the join. Actually, am I right about that? No, that's not where the join is. It's over here. Yeah, on the outside it's got problems too. And I'll try. Let's turn off the wall decorator. Weld. Okay. Auto light map UVs. I mean, it's a knob to twiddle, but it doesn't make logical sense. You know, like it doesn't make me say that seems to correlate with a theory about why it would or wouldn't work. And it's one of the things that I guess is troublesome to me is it takes 3 minutes to run every experiment, right? So you twiddle one knob, you try something, doesn't work. Twiddle a different knob, try something, 3 minutes later, it doesn't work. That kind of thing. So I'm gonna try one other kind of maybe larger thing, which is, what if I just do this without Pro Builder? So I'll just make some objects and just apply some textures to them. Do it the old Unity way. If I just make 4 of these. I don't know what this will prove though. Let's see. Default material. Let's set the material. Bath. Wall tile. And there's like a maybe, but even then, like the results are kind of a little bit random already. So, anyways, I'll try it. I'll try it. I'll leave this as it is. Just make 4 of these, and I'll see if it does any better. It is. We'll get rid of that one too. You can go over there. Okay, say 9 by 9. Or maybe 12 by 12. Okay, change the material. I forget how to make it tile instead of stretch with regular Unity instead of Pro Builder. Let's see. This should have contribute global illumination, I think. It's got stitch themes by default. All right. So let's try that. I suppose I can see this render again if I want. Since I did make some small changes to it. Okay. Alright, yeah, I don't know which would be worse news. It works wonderfully with a non-pro builder, or it just does the same stupid shit. I don't know which would be better news. It is doing this thing that Brackeys was doing. I didn't notice that last time. So this is the corner where it had the issue. Yeah. These theories makes me worried. I might try their preview progressive GPU thing too, even though I don't know. I'm less optimistic. Because it's one thing is you're making a tutorial. You're making a demo. You set up a little scene. You get it to work. And that's it. And if the tutorial didn't work with what you brought into it, you'd pick something else to put in the tutorial. I'm not dissing on Bracky. I'm just saying it's a lot easier to make something work in a tutorial than it is to build out a whole game and have all the shit work. So just because I'm able to get like one scene to work, if I contrive some things, doesn't mean I'm going to be able to get the whole game to work. I need to have, in order for there to be like that moment of this could work, I need to have some kind of breakthrough that actually gets to the root cause of the problems that are plaguing the bakes and the other scenes that are have like real game scenes in them. Like if it is something like okay, Pro Builder consistently messes up the UV mapping, then that'd be worth something. That would be like, okay, you know, like you're saying, like it's an attack vector, and I might be able to come up with some kind of automated way to replace all the Pro Builder or rebuild the UVs or something like that. Then I think we're doing pretty good. Okay. But if it's like random intermittent stuff, like, so right now this corner is good, right? That's worthless to me. That's worthless to me because all I did is move it off over here and suddenly, oh, it's fine. Right? That's like the level of success that will work if you want to make a tutorial. It's not the level of success you need to make a game. This is fine. But I've been given no insight from this exercise. Like I can't apply these settings reliably to a game scene and expect good results. Although, what if it was me attaching the mesh so it wasn't like a disconnected mesh? What if it was that? So if that's the case, that would be a wonderful general principle. Then that I could maybe do something with. So let me see. Let's put, because I changed two things here. One is I made Unity only objects, and that worked. But the original one worked, and the other change I made was I closed up one side of this. So let me save this as scientific method. That's what we gotta get back to. We need controls and stuff like that. Test lighting. Let's change this to. Yeah, I'll use Git. I'll use Git for this. Instead of having a million different scenes, I'll just use Git. Git status. Yeah. Imagine a whole level, and then it's like it takes 2 hours every time, and then it looks like crap each time you look at it. Anyways, we're not here to rant. We're here to find the path. Various new levels. Okay, so then I'm going to take out the Unity thing, Unity objects, and just reposition this other thing back where it was. There. Okay. Because that wouldn't be a bad general principle or a theory. That was probably where it was. Probably. Maybe not. Save that. Yeah, I was tempted to change the second thing, but I stopped myself. Wow, that's going. It's moving along pretty good. Let me see. You sent me some stuff. Wow, you just loaded me up here. All right, so you get the high quality lighting, basics of light map, baking at the speed of light. Light baking, recording video output from timelines, basics, part 1, tutorial, light modes, bake global illumination, blah, lighting and baking. Okay. Well, thank you for sending those. Okay, so that part's pretty good. It'd be wonderful if that was like one of the main problems I was having. So let me see if I can get the original problem to happen again. That would be pretty cool if that was like a major contributor. Is my models are just bad. So I got some ideas on how to fix that. Okay. So I'll make this how it was before. Or at least I'll try to. So I remember it was this corner where I had the unconnected wall. Let's see. It shouldn't, because they're like different game on. Oh, well, okay. So you're saying, you know what? Let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. Thanks for remembering. Maybe it's important. So I'll try to make it is exactly the same as I did previously. I don't know if I'll be successful. The other thing I'm a little bit worried about as far as getting reproducible problems and success is that the light map texture itself, when it's generated, like positions of things are different. But it'd be great to see the same problem happen again. All right, let's do a render. Let's see what it does. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Awesome. Okay, now this one looks a little weird, but it's bacon. Oh, I didn't drag main into it. Okay. That's fine. It's like watching paint dry. The paint with some kind of magical, chaotic, randomized thing that you put on the surface of your furniture. So the other thing I got a little bit excited about is I figured out why. I guess I haven't figured it out yet, but it seems to me like I could make my own CSG algorithm, constructive solid geometry, that would be able to combine meshes together so I could get rid of lighting seams. And that might also apply to this as well. Now, a lot of people have written third-party assets for combining meshes and stuff like that. Their job is a lot more difficult than mine if I decide to do it. Okay, this is looking promising. So Pro Builder over here is in good shape. Pro Builder over here is a mess. Okay, so I'm gonna Yeah, and I like their URL generation. It's actually kind of smart as far as making it so that you can see it and type it. Yeah. So let me do one more experiment. Well, I say one more, but I'm interested in just seeing, you know, if this is consistent. So if I take this, let's try that. Let's take this guy though and move it to a different location, and let's say I'll rotate it. Degrees. It'd be interesting to me if it gets the same problem over here, but at a different corner, like a rotated corner. That would be a great result if it did. Also, I'll take this guy. This is like the known good one right here, and move it out over here. And I'll do exactly what you said. Let's put some interior walls in there. I think so. The thing that would kill me is if there's just, you know, 10 problems like this to solve. You know, and we just like, we find one, then we move on to the next. And like each one like that we find maybe doesn't 100% solve or anything. There's no silver bullet. It just gets like, you know, 7% of the issues on this one, the other one 2%. And then it becomes hopeless again. Okay. What else was I going to put in there? It was, oh yeah, point light. Let's see, and do I have contribute? Yeah, I do have contribute global illumination by default. Let's do a point light. Okay, let's make sure it's up where we expect it. Give it a different color. Okay, let's try this again. Hopefully it's not like up to 20 minutes now, you know. Let's see how it does. It might be minimum specs for me, you know, because I think like the baking is actually, if anything, it helps the specs that are needed on the target computer that the game runs on. But I might need a supercomputer to do all the rendering, just to figure out, you know, good rendering settings. And it might be a deal like I have a lot of geometry fixes in the meshes to do. Okay. So this side is supposed to be my ones that are good. I should have done a git commit before this. I forgot about this gap here. ETA 5 minutes. So it does start to go up in maybe a linear fashion. Yeah, it does seem kind of like O of n type of a increase in the bake time as the scene gets more complex. Yeah, I'm a little bit bothered by that statement because this is a pretty spendy computer. It's only a year old. But yeah, if I mean it's yeah, yeah. Suppose this was the silver bullet, that it was the meshes need to be connected well. Then the thing I would do is invest in a CSG algorithm like I was talking about, which goes and says, okay, take this object, this object, this object as defining what you want your end result object to be, and just create one from that. I'd have to go through and fix quite a bit of stuff and get all those meshes working right. Yeah. And then I'd run the bakes, and then there'd probably still be some problems, and I'd have to go in second pass or something like that, just. But a really nice thing, though, about the CSG approach is I wrote code already that generates the height maps, which it knows where all the things are that are taking up space or not. So the data structures I already generate, and it's already pretty well tested, are actually excellent for coming up with CSG. Yeah. No, I had enough coffee. I don't know, Ninja. It's like the other thing is, this is exactly how projects get killed. What I mean is, there's something that you're chasing after, and you say, well, I gotta go back to the drawing board. I gotta go back to the drawing board. I gotta fix this one thing, and I gotta go deep on it. This is how you fuck yourself over. So I get all excited about the CSG stuff. I get all excited about, let's redo this with baking. And I list out all the benefits. And then it's like a month of time to do it. And then there's something else too, there's like something else I gotta do. It'd be like the tile shader. That's going to be some weeks. The face animation stuff, I got to spend some solid time on that. So I might have to let it go, man. I might just have to say, okay, I know there's something better I could do with baking, but I just don't have the resources to go off on that, because I have to keep it tight. Because like I think we might have figured out something here, but it's got the feel to me, using my intuition, that I'm walking into like a trap of my own devising. It's a little like this timer here that just a moment ago it said you're 1 minute away, but it just jumped up to 3 minutes and 44 seconds. I'm thinking of that happening on the scale of weeks and months. My real-time lighting is probably good enough. I could go get a publisher deal with that real-time lighting, and then if they want to pump money into it, then I do like a CSG project or something like that. Or maybe the publisher lends me a lighting expert type of a person. So see, the ETA just jumped up again. Yeah, so it's like I think this is a perfect being the enemy of the good type of a situation for me, to be honest. So I don't want to say that the baked lighting is unworkable. I don't want to say that. I think I just want to be cautious about rabbit holes and stuff, so I'm probably going to let it go. But I'm interested to see the results of this bake for sure. Yeah, yeah. But by the way, that's another thing I'm thinking about is cutting the level count down. Because I'm getting some pretty good playtime in terms of playtester hours from the first 25 levels. I mean, there are these guys that are like really good puzzle beaters. They're up to about 8 hours of playtime for the first 25 levels. So if I did like 100 levels or 75 levels or something like that, I would get up to an average of 40 hours of playtimes. Yeah. Alright, let's check out the results here. Okay, so that one's still the same. Yeah, I would love to get into maybe a kind of episodic DLC type of a thing. Okay, so I rotated this 90 degrees and I got this in the same spot, which is fantastic. That is a good result. Consistent result. I'm willing to say I'm about 90% sure that this particular artifact is caused by however you want to say it, a game object not being sealed off entirely. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at this one. Okay, so this is not good. Up here, this is not good. Okay, So these are more artifacts, but unlike the other ones that were fixed, or unlike the other ones that were showed artifacts over there, this does not have an issue with oh, but maybe it does. Maybe it does, because there's on the bottom there's a floor. There's a floor mesh down there. There's all this stuff. Ah, man. This could cause it too. You see how the rabbit hole calls? Yeah, this one stays good though. I do like a lot that we have consistency around the geometry here. I was a little bit worried that the light map would jiggle around with different parts would be rendered different different places inside of the texture, but it's consistent. We do get good here. If the geometry there doesn't change, we get junk here. We get junk here shifted 90 degrees. Consistency, that part I like a lot. Over here, I hate this, but it is kind of okay. So I think what I'll do is I'll delete this one. Do this. Let's take this guy, move it over. Just like you're saying. It would be nice to know. Okay, let me make it as much alike as I can. It would be nice to have a good answer in there. Here, let me, before I save this, git commit a. Let's see, test number 3, and the results were southwest room, all good. Southeast room, artifact, how to express it, disconnected surfaces on cornered result, artifact on parallel corner, northeast room, copied southeast room and rotated 90 degrees, artifact from southeast also rotated 90 degrees, northwest room, added internal walls and point light, result artifacts on internal wall, redundant surfaces on bottom of internal walls. Okay, so now I got that, and now I will proceed to make a potentially fixed version in the northeast here. I want it to be very close to this one as a starting point. Let's see, I want the light to come over to, oops. Okay, so then let's test this theory. I take out the extra mesh here. I think I got it the same. Okay, as far as the light position, yeah, it looks the same. Okay. So we could try this again. The other thing I can do is just to make it go a little faster is I'll just take these two out because we already know the results on those. Okay, generate. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know that particular meme, but it's alright. I understand how memes work. Yeah. Matteo, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. A little bit grumpy about Unity lighting, but not bad, not bad. I can easily picture Shia LaBeouf doing that. He seems like a ridiculous man. Matteo, how's your project going? Your thesis. Wizard! Yeah, me too. Let's see. So it's level plan. Where'd my level plan go? Oh, nice. Huh. That's awesome. Matteo, do you use real-time lighting on Wizard, or do you use baked? Damn, where'd my level plan go? Yeah. Been doing some tests on small scenes here to see if we can get rid of the artifacts. This is actually shaping up okay. There's a little bit here that looks bad. Yeah, this garbage here. Garbage here. Maybe it'll clear up in the next 10 seconds. This looks worse, but it's looks like it's gonna, let's see what it does. Okay, that one's still garbagey. This one's also garbagey, not as garbagey, but still garbagey. This kind of stuff here. Yeah, but that's because I deleted a bunch of meshes. I deleted 2 of them. But this, man, this will kill me. I've got no way to just say, don't do that. Alright. Ninja, you were here with me. You know my reasoning on this. You know where I stand on it. It's not impossible. There's probably a way to get it to work. But I gotta let it go. I gotta let it go. Unless there's some sort of breakthrough that comes later. But if the plan is all right. All right, if you want to give it a shot. Yeah, because it takes a little time to give you a dummy level too, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, okay. All right. But I think I'm gonna do real time for now. And then there has to be something besides knob twiddling that makes me come back to the baking, or an infusion of publisher money. The publisher hooking me up with a fantastic lighting expert that just knows everything, or something like that. Yeah, we did learn some stuff here, though. We did. Like, this is definitely better than this. It seems like anything where there's an extra hidden surface potentially causes trouble. It might even be that this stuff here is a problem, like the surface that kind of goes through underneath. Well, the internal walls on the inside of it, you're just looking at surfaces with the normals facing the opposite direction. So it's like they're invisible. Where it bends. Yeah. So I mean, this is probably pretty clean. So let me see if I can do shaded wireframe. There we go. The one thing I can think of where it's not like perfectly following the no hidden surfaces type thing is the floor underneath. But man, that would be tough to remove, like this extra little bit of surface from everything. It also seems like that's not good optimization, because Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying. No, that's me writing code to do that. I think that's the CSG thing. Yeah, that would be the CSG solution. So that would be like, here's how my algorithm would work. I would pick 2 objects, maybe more, and I'd say create one mesh that represents those selected objects, and the result would hopefully be that it would, delete all the surfaces that don't matter. I still may write that code at some point, but I'm not going to put it in this initial scope where I'm trying to get like a publisher-friendly pitch release. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. Let's call that a session. Let's call that a session. I'm gonna wrap it up right about here. So Ninja Mateo, I'm gonna say goodnight to you, and anybody else who might be on. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for applying your magnificent mind to the problem along with me. I'll see you. Stopping the stream.